She cries for release, hopes buried but she won't cease. Chains clatter against broken dreams, blood and tears in repressive streams. Struggle burning in her eyes, justice cries while freedom tries. Free Carolyn, sound the alarm bell. Fight the fight, don't erase some hell. Free Carolyn, break the chains now. She won't rest till she's free somehow. Crowds gather in the midnight heat, voices rising in the dirty street. No more silence, freedom's plea. Hands united for Carol's decree. Steel bar shadows ain't our home. This fight ain't one she'll do alone. Echoes ring as we lift her name. Victory kiss in the lips of flame. Free Caroline, sound the alarm bell. Fight the fight, don't erase some hell. Free Caroline, break the chains now. She won't rest till she's free somehow. Free Caroline. Crowds gather in the midnight heat, voices rising in the dirty street. No more silence, freedom's plea. Hands united for Carol's decree. Steel bar shadows ain't our home. This fight ain't one she'll do alone. Echoes ring as we lift her name. Victory kiss in the lips of flame. Free Caroline, sound the alarm bell. Fight the fight, don't erase some hell. Free Caroline, break the chains now. She won't rest till she's free somehow. District attorney went off the rails. Innocent until proven guilty. Never came out of his mouth. That is outrageous. We are outraged. Before any trial has occurred, he announced the defendant's theory of the case is a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. That is outrageous. We are outraged. He provided a false notice of discovery, claiming he did not know. We now know that was a lie. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. District
Morning,
attorney went
everyone.
off the rails. Innocent until proven guilty. Never came out of his mouth.
Hey,
That
Debbie.
is outrageous.
Hi, Nikki.
We are outraged. He provided a false
Mama,
notice
hello.
of discovery,
Very well.
claiming he did not know.
Whoa.
We now know that was a lie. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This
Hello from
court
Boston.
should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. Outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged.
Good morning. If you didn't hear me, I was greeting everybody. I probably had the music up a little loud for you. But yes, good morning to you all. Good morning to everyone I just mentioned. Life Artist, hello, Bella. Charlie Goldfish is in the house. How's it going? Nikki, Fire Girl, Montana Lily. Oh, Montana Lil. Hey. Sorry, I'm not so good with the names. Some people actually put too big a name on the screen too. Makes it difficult. Perry, how's it going? Laurie. Red's in the house. Okay. Joe Biffle, how's it going, buddy? Scotty is in the house. Can we all just take a moment to celebrate the fact that the Commonwealth's case in chief is over? Yay! Thank fuck for that, eh? I don't know how you guys held up, but that was 6 weeks of grueling fucking hell. 6 weeks of lies and more lies. So, rah, exactly right, Kev. Hoorah, hip hip hooray, it's done. Thank fuck for that. Right, let me get you over here so I can see you all yakking away. Good evening from Scotland. Hey, Arlene, thanks for joining us. Again, Zencat, not a moment too soon. Agreed. Wow, so much. Like, I don't even want to talk about what just happened for the last 6 weeks. Kind of done with that. Let's talk about what's going to happen in the next 6 weeks. Yay! What's the next 6 weeks going to be like, guys? Like, the defense case in chief is coming up. So bring it on. Who do we think is going to be up first, do you reckon? The jury actually laughed even when we said, oh my God, thank you. We all felt the relief. Right. 6 weeks of boiling blood and frogs, right? Thing about a frog when it's boiling is it doesn't know that it's getting boiled. So that's a thing. So we all need lattes today, correct? Anyone think Hank is throwing this trial? Hank can do whatever he likes. He's not the one driving the bus. If you all haven't noticed, it's D.A. Morrissey driving the bus and Hank's struggling. Hank's struggling to keep it all under control. It's D.A. Morrissey driving this bus. Fire Girl, you're curious who they will call? Well, we have news for you. We know who they will call first. We do. We know it's going to be, it's just been confirmed that Matty DeSogra will be first. I couldn't save his life to save my freaking own life a little while ago. But we have, oh, that was a little late, Kevy. Kevy says we should have a poll on who's going to be first, but it was already out my mouth before you wrote that, so you have to type faster, Kev. So I bet we see some of Arca early next week. I hope they carry on with the theme that the Commonwealth finished with. I think that that's a great way to continue on, and rather than starting, from the top, wind it backwards from where the Commonwealth left off back to who all the liars are and finish up with Proctor. I think that's a great way to go about it. But yes, it is absolutely Mr. DeSogra. And just for your viewing pleasure, I happen to have a video segment of Mr. DeSogra. Hang on. Oh, I've lost my video segment. Where are you? This is an hour and 59, but I thought we might just play through, maybe half an hour, just get a feel for who he is and what he does. I have to get it up on the screen. I have actually forwarded past the intro. Share this tab. Let's go over here. I have forwarded past the intro a bit, just to get into him talking. He kind of says who he is without the big long intro, but we've already seen his CV. We know his CV already, so the jury is going to like Arca. How can you not like Mr. Dimples? Daddy Dimples is going to be far more likable than Dr. Squelcher. Whose pick is that? That's my pick. But I am human. Trust me, I am not of the animal variety. I'm looking forward to seeing how Hank's going to be towards the defense witnesses. That is on our discussion board today. We will be getting to that. How will he behave? Is he going to be the petulant child that he's been lately? Oh, don't get too excited, Red. That's not him. That is actually someone that he works with. This dude's name is this is Tim Cheek. So, I mean, obviously you want me to shut up so you can listen to the cute guys. So let's hit the play button. This is a 2-hour show, but we're just going to sort of get a feel for who Mr. DeSogra is. I'm way better looking than those guys, Mr. Biffle. I believe you, Mr. Biffle. I believe you are. He is really hitting a nerve with the public. He is indeed. Goldfish, I can confirm Ozzy is human. Hello, Swiss Miss. Thanks for joining us. All right, so let's have a listen to this interview with Mr. DeSogra.
The elite. They are the teachers of the industry. So thank you guys for taking the time, making the time is probably the better way to say it, to join in today.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you.
So I wanted to start a little bit and talk about the way that I understand Delta V from across the country.
Everybody.
Is you guys are a very high-end reconstruction firm specializing in heavy vehicles and heavy vehicle event data recorders, retrieval of that information and interpretation of that information.
Got 3 heads.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that front, but if not, could you guys outline just real quickly each of your roles there and what you're doing kind of on the day-to-day level?
Sure, I'll go first. So I oversee the group in Delta V that handles basically all things EDR, specialty EDR. So that's on-site imaging of vehicles, that's benchtop downloads from modules from vehicles, and then that's all the way through the data recovery of damaged modules. So we kind of handle all facets of that aspect of things. And so we support our own engineers internally with that service. And
for those who are asking, I'm pretty sure that's him there. That's Mr. DeSogra, and that's Tim Cheek. This is from Lightpoint. It's Tim Cheek and Matt DeSogra, Heavy Vehicle Data, the Modern HVEDR Toolkit, and the Future of the Field. So they're talking commercial light trucks in this video, but it's the same science. And commercial light trucks actually have more rules and laws they have to adhere to. So they're probably one of the most heavily logged as far as data goes. But anyway, we'll listen on. We shall continue.
And then we also provide that externally to clients across the country who need that level of depth on their cases.
Yeah, and I'd say I was Matt before there was a Matt. And then when Matt came along and he decided he wanted to fly on airplanes a lot, said, Matt, here you go.
Oh, I love.
So actually what I do day to day now is I'm focused on casework, where a lot of product liability work from my time with a truck manufacturer, work on various aspects of from steering to braking to could be fires, things like that. Still involved in EDR. Can't get away from that. Certainly in my day-to-day work, I have to use it. But that's what my focus is right now. It's not totally EDR.
Yeah.
By EDR, he's talking about the event data recorder.
We were talking about it a little bit before recording, and we'll go into it certainly in more depth, but it seems like something you have to throw your whole self at. And if you're not doing that, then you need somebody like Matt to kind of back you up. I think we all need somebody like Matt in the community that we can lean on a little bit. So yeah, we're going to be talking obviously a lot about HV EDRs, and the majority of the people who are listening will know what that is. But for those that might be outside the industry listening, the HV is heavy vehicle and the EDR is event data recorder. So I guess let's just first start out with, what is a heavy vehicle in this context? How do you categorize that?
Yeah, I'd say a heavy vehicle, I guess if you were to classify it, they talk about light duty vehicles are 8,500 pounds and less. So when you look at Part 563, that's what they apply to, under 8,500 pounds. Heavy vehicles, typically we're looking at the other way they classify it would be classes. So there's class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're looking typically at class 6 through class 8 when we're talking about heavy vehicles. So 6 would be medium duty trucks. 7 and 8 would be getting into heavy duty trucks.
I think you mean, don't you?
Okay. And then the EDR part, event data recorder, that kind of the description, the name of it tells us most of that. But Matt, do you want to talk a little bit about what the E is, like the event? How are those modules trying to determine whether or not a quote unquote event occurred?
Yeah, it's a lot less well defined than the situation is in the passenger vehicle world, where you have something like Part 563 that lays a foundation for what those things are, how they're supposed to work. And nothing like that exists in the heavy vehicle realm. The closest we get is an SAE recommended practice, J2728, which lays that out, but there's no requirement for manufacturers to abide by that. So it's all voluntary. And furthermore, every manufacturer is free to implement the recorder as they please. So events can be things like trigger based on a wheel speed change. They could be things like a trigger based on a fault condition. They could be a trigger based on, let's say, a forward collision warning if the vehicle has radar. The field of possibility.
For those who are wondering, SAE is the Society of Automotive Engineers, and SAE International is one of the most influential standards across the world in the automotive, aerospace, and commercial vehicle industries. Have you ever heard of things like SAE J1698, which is standard crash data event recording? We talked about that yesterday. SAE viscosity ratings for motor oil, SAE thread sizes for bolts and fittings. That all comes from these Society of Automotive Engineers standards. Just so you know what that means. Whoops.
Possibilities is pretty vast when it comes to what is the event in question, since there is no set of regulatory definitions for it.
And are these generally set up for accident investigators? In other words, why does Freightliner care about events?
Generally, yes, right? There's not a whole lot of other reasons to put something like a hard brake recorder, for example, other than looking for these sorts of things. Although, to be fair, a hard brake doesn't necessarily imply some sort of accident has occurred, right? That can be generated with the truck just driving down the road. So there are probably some other uses, but I would say largely it's aimed at our community, despite maybe not saying that on the surface.
Yeah, and making it very difficult for us at times to access the data and making the data somewhat volatile. So they're like, here's some data, but we're not going to make it that easy. You guys got to bring your game if you want to get
Yeah, or maybe not even stand by it. Like, for example, Cummins in their event data reports at the bottom puts a disclaimer that basically says something to the effect of, this is not intended to be used for accident reconstruction. So they've done a blanket coverage of their own company there by saying that. Although there's been plenty of research and papers published that validate that. So it is valid to be used. But right, they make it difficult in a lot of ways for us.
Yeah, I remember. I think Toyota did that for a while, and then you show up at depot, and that's the first thing that gets brought to your attention.
For a while.
Yeah.
I would add to what Matt said about the distinction between light duty vehicles and heavy duty vehicles. With light duty, you have the airbag that triggers, typically the event, everything's tied to that. to the airbag, and that's where the data is recorded. So it's pretty clean when it comes to passenger cars and event data with the CDR. But then we get to heavy trucks, and most heavy trucks don't have an airbag. So where do you start, right? So if they don't have an airbag, even if they did have an airbag, how do you really define that collision event? So for a heavy truck, the crash pulse is going to be much different than it is with a light duty vehicle. So where do you set that threshold of sensing and then triggering?
Just to be clear, he's talking about the airbag module, which is mostly where you get the crash data from. And Scott, we will be talking about this after I finish talking about the defence's case in chief. Next item on the agenda, so hang about. And if it's not the same document, yes, I'll get you to send it through so I can have a look at it.
For event data recording, that becomes a challenge, right? So that's why you bring in other types of triggers that Matt talked about, these strategies to try to capture various events. And so with the SAE committee that Matt and I are both on, we looked at various triggers. There's now in Europe a UNECE that they're looking at event data recorders for all sorts of vehicles. They wanted a one rule fits all for every vehicle, from light duty to heavy vehicle. And it took a lot of education within that group to say, look, they're different, and you have to approach this differently in terms of triggers, and maybe even in terms of the event window that you're looking at. So if you're looking at 5 seconds of pre-trigger data for a car, is that sufficient for a truck? Or even, you look at post-trigger data. Do you have the same requirements for light duty versus heavy duty? Because with a truck, oftentimes when there's an impact, the truck driver has to control that vehicle and will be in control, can be in control, unlike a passenger car that once there's an impact.
Shit, I had the mute button on. Thanks, Kev. When he says the pre-collision and post-collision data, he's talking about that 5 second window before the triggered event and the 5 second window after the triggered event that Dr. Welch is talking about on the stand. So that's they're saying that I imagine with trucks it's a larger window because it takes longer for a truck to slow down or speed up or whatever. Like, it just takes trucks longer to do everything, basically. So that's what he's talking about there.
Impact, they're probably not in control of the vehicle anymore.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never even considered that because, I've seen enough reports and done enough work and worked with enough experts like you guys that I've seen that there is that post-impact documentation in the EDRs for the most part. But I never really thought about why. I just always appreciated that it existed. But that's a good point. I mean, you get a 60,000 pound truck, if that's a reasonable number, that's rear-ending a Camry, and the Delta V for the truck might be 2 miles an hour and the driver's still fully in control afterwards. So it's nice to see.
Yeah, and that gets to, when you do have an airbag on a heavy duty truck, where do you set that threshold for deployment? Do you want that airbag in the truck driver's face, even for, say, a 5 mile per hour Delta V?
Right.
They've got to control that vehicle, or even a 10 mile per hour Delta V potentially, can they be controlling the vehicle in a 10 mile per hour Delta V? I don't know the answer to that, but therefore it presents just a different set of challenges.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And do all of these trucks have...
So talking about the Delta V, I think on the Lexus, it's just off the top of my head, around 9 miles per hour, like between, I think it was 5 and 9 miles per hour is the Delta V for the Lexus 570. So they're just talking about the differences between light vehicles like the cars that we drive and commercial vehicles like trucks and stuff.
Well, let's call them heavy vehicles because they're not all trucks. Some of them are buses. I imagine there's a big array of potential vehicles. Do they all have EDRs at this point?
I would say for the most part, yes. When we take kind of the broad definition of EDRs, you're going to find them in most of them. Some might have multiple, right? Because there's no standard. Like Tim was talking about, everything in the passenger vehicle centers around the airbag control module. So on a heavy truck, you might have a data recorder built into, let's say, the engine control ECU, but you might also have one built into the ABS ECU. So you could have a truck with two, or maybe it doesn't have one in the engine, but it does have one in the ABS, or whatever. There's all different combinations of it. So as of now, most everything on the road will have at least one of those spots will have an event data recorder, but sometimes we have multiple. And that brings up a whole other interesting set of challenges.
That's where I'm like, okay, I don't even know what modules are on this truck. I don't know what modules I should be looking for. Therefore, I just need to know who the right expert is.
So I think what we're seeing with heavy trucks is there's a lot of aftermarket devices that you can find on them. So you have ELDs, which stands for electronic logging device. You think of your truck drivers have to keep hours of service. And so these ELDs now are doing that automatically. It's a requirement for trucks to have that now. And so it's easy now when you have an ELD that is based on GPS to now add other functions to it, like event data recording, right? So that's where you have OmniTrax and PeopleNet and those various systems that you see out there. They're a pay-for-play type system, right? A la carte. So you're not going to have it for every system out there. It depends on what they are paying for. And then dash cameras. Of course, that's unique to trucks for the most part. People have private dash cameras in their cars, but it's getting more and more common to see dash cameras in a truck. They may be standalone systems, but then they more and more you see that they're tied into the data bus on the truck, and they're pulling in some data from the engine, the data bus, the other systems on the truck to supplement that video that they're capturing.
And that's exactly what we're talking about with this data on the Lexus. So it's reading various modules. When you plug your Bosch tool into the OBD2 port, it's polling various modules. It's polling engine, brakes, airbag, all of the systems to pull it into a report. So basically, these guys are verifying what I've been saying to you all along. Anyway, it gets a bit boring. Like I said, it's a 2-hour show, and it is talking about light commercial vehicles and the rules established for light commercial vehicles and where that's going for that size vehicle. So there's completely different safety standards involved in commercial light vehicles. So that's what the rest of the show is basically about. It's this, Kevin, it's the same link that you sent me earlier. So I do have it. You do have it because you sent it to me. So you're all on the ball today. So also, Scott, when we get to this point where we're talking about it, please come up and converse with us about what you plan to do regarding that document. But we'll come to that shortly. I just wanted you all to have a little intro to Matt, how he sounds, what he's probably going to be talking about. He's very respected in the field. It's one of the top 5 companies in the world. Actually, in America, I forget which. In America, I think it is. He and Dr. Wolf are actually like directors of 3 of the most reputable companies in the world that do this kind of crash reconstruction. So that's good news for the defense. And that's who's up first in the defense's case in chief, which I'm really looking forward to. I want to hear some real freaking information. I want them to explain what data these people are pulling and claiming is text stream data, because we know it's not text stream. For those who missed it yesterday, Be in Trouble 31 published a video showing you the actual text stream data software that he has access to because he's a mechanic, I think. Yes, Chip, he will be in the trial. And we have a guest has arrived. How's it going, Hayden? Nope, we got no sound.
Not doing too badly.
Hello.
Hello.
Right. I don't know that we got your sound. Yeah, I can just hear you, but you're underwater.
Yeah, sorry about that. For some reason, Restream decided to use the mic on my camera.
You're back. Everybody who doesn't know, this is Hayden. He's an Australian attorney, and I invited him to come along and have a chat about what Scott wants us to talk about, so we can kick that off. I think I'm done. We just had a little intro to Matty DeSogra, Hayden, so that people know who he is and what he looks like and what he sounds like, what he's in charge of, blah blah blah. So we're all very pleased that he's got hair.
It is a good starting point. At least it means he's looking after himself.
Right.
So.
All right. So let's move on to the next topic. Hayden, I haven't even started with it yet, but did you read the order handed down by the court, by the First Circuit Court, regarding the order on plaintiff's motion for temporary restraining order against Auntie Bev?
Not as of yet. Multiple people have sent it to me. I have not had time to scratch myself, so I haven't had a chance to read through it as of yet.
Right. Well, just heads up, it's all freaking Latin and case.
It's all right, it's all Greek to me.
Yeah, all case law and Latin. So it's very difficult to work out what they ruled on. But I can just I can pop it on the screen and just go to the last bit where they're saying what they ruled on. Hang on, can I big screen this? Nope, I can't big screen it. But anyway, let's just scroll to the bottom to what they ruled on, because it was half and half, all right? Conclusion: for the reasons stated above, plaintiff's motion for temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction is denied in part and granted in part. Law enforcement officers are enjoined from enforcing the buffer zone orders in ways that are inconsistent with his decision. Prior to enforcement...
Okay, let's stop there.
Yep.
So because that's already starting to get into legal jargon and gobbledygook. So I'm just going to say, so the police officers themselves are barred from, they're basically barred from enacting the court order in any way that is going to contravene the current order that we're reading. Right.
I'm going to get into what the current order actually says so that we know what they're enjoined to in a second. So, prior to enforcement, law enforcement officers must be able to clearly articulate without speculation how any individual violated the buffer zone orders consistent with this decision. So this is by Justice Jean, I don't know how you say that. Joun is his name. I think it's French. But anyway.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what the First Circuit ruling says. And it actually extends into some other very interesting sheet, which I would love to get into. But while we've got Hayden here, let's break down what the order is basically saying. So I wanted to know which part is denied and which part is, I forgot the word now. What's the other word?
Approved, basically. Yep.
Yeah. So essentially,
which part's been granted and which part's been denied. Yep.
Thank you. Right. So the granted part, let's start with the good news first. The buffer zone is being forced unconstitutionally in practice. This is basically what they're saying. The order goes through and says, plaintiffs have, if you look at pretty much all of these paragraphs are saying that the plaintiffs have shown a likelihood of success in their claim for each of the parts that they have to consider, essentially.
Oh, damn.
Which
Okay.
which should mean it's completely granted in full, but it didn't. So there's that. But anyway, let's get into the granted part. So the court ruled that law enforcement officers have repeatedly and unlawfully enforced the buffer zone against people who are not breaking the rules. This includes people peacefully wearing shirts or hats with like logos, for example, FKR, or in the case of Erica, she was wearing Criminals Control Norfolk County on her jumper.
Yeah, which arguably you could say doesn't actually even relate to the Karen Reid trial.
Arguably, I think the court supported that theory. Reporters and YouTubers filming without causing disruption, individuals standing across the street with flags or Bible verses. This is the nut, the short and curlies of all of the people that were plaintiffs in this petition. So the judge said the buffer zone is not a people-free zone. To pull a quote out of the document. Citizens still have the right to exist, move, speak, and even criticize the system as long as they're not explicitly trying to influence jurors or interfere with the trial. Law enforcement must now stop harassing people for simply being present, and they have to articulate without speculation what law is being broken before detaining, arresting, or removing someone. This protects the public by reinstating the First Amendment rights within and near the zone for people not intending to sway the trial. So what are your feelings on that so far? This is what's granted.
That's some pretty heavy language coming from the judge there. I mean, they're basically, they're saying specifically that the police have to have not only a suspicion that someone is breaking a particular law or rule or even the court order, there has to be an actual active breach of both the law and or the court order for them to even approach these people, which I think is fantastic. That's a very strong ruling there.
The document quotes mens rea all the way through because when they sent it back to Bev, she added that wording to her new order, her supplemental order. She added mens rea. So they have to show the intent to do the things that
there has to be a guilty mind for it.
That's right. Okay, so what's denied then? The buffer zone itself is not unconstitutional on its face. So Judge Jean upheld the existence of the buffer zone and Judge Kearney's authority to issue it. So that was not really a win for free speech, but he accepted that the state has a compelling interest in protecting jurors, witnesses, and the judicial process. The buffer zone, 200 feet, can still apply to the courthouse property and sidewalks and roads where the trial participants enter and exit. Speech that's clearly intended to influence a juror or trial participant, like Free Karen Reid, for example, is still not protected within that zone. What's your feelings on that part of the order? That's what was denied.
I mean, look, unpopular opinion, I do genuinely believe that Bev probably does have the authority to have a buffer zone for very, very specific and very limited purposes.
Right.
I think that an individual's right to protest, though, I believe that the buffer zone should relate to very much stricter breaches and stricter impositions on the jurors, for example. Because I think it's fair and reasonable to say that there's always going to be people that are going to be of the opinion that a particular defendant is either innocent or guilty. I don't think it's fair to say that someone screaming out Free Karen Reid is necessarily going to sway a juror, because it's something that they're likely to come across in everyday life.
Right.
Like, let me put it this way. If a protester is outside the court yelling out "Free Karen Reid" and someone else is walking down the street, and they're not a juror, they're not involved in the case, anything like that,
Yep.
is that likely to cause them to form an opinion as to whether or not Karen Reid should be freed or not? Or are they just going to look at that as someone has an opinion that Karen Reid should be freed?
Right. Right.
In which case, that to me is not something that should be restricted.
Right.
And that's why I'm so sorry.
For the record, I tend to agree with you on very limited measures for protecting the jury, and I don't even care about the witnesses, but the jury needs to be insulated from the public groundswell, because they've got to make a decision in the court that we're not affecting. So I agree with you on the grounds of very limited judicial discretion there.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll bring Scotty up in a minute if he wants to come up, because we can talk about how this is going to impact, them on the ground, because he's one of the boots on the ground people, so that this affects. All right, so what does this mean for Judge Kearney's buffer zone orders? So I have like a couple of bullet points here, but do you want to have a quick summary of that, Hayden?
I mean, on the basis of the order that they've ruled, it's less about the court order than it is really about the conduct of the police officers at that point, based on what you've just read to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's going to be, it more or less takes Bev out of the firing line, if I'm perfectly honest, because it said she has the right to have the buffer zone, but it's the police that need to enforce it properly, basically, is what it's come down to. So either the PD need to, basically, the order saying that the PD need to pull up their socks and up their game. They need to have articulable reason as to why they're removing someone from the buffer zone.
Right.
And I'm not sure I'm happy with that specifically, because it still leaves a lot of ambiguity and interpretation and vagueness that could be abused by the police.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. So here's the bullet points that I've got. Her orders technically survive, which is not great, but they must now include a mens rea intent requirement. As Hayden just said, they can only act if someone is intending to interfere with justice or sway the trial. So I like that part of it, that you need to have that intent, and it's harder for the police to prove that intent, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, and the vague enforcement is out. So if a protester is quiet and off-site, or even standing in the zone with a general criticism of the justice system, they can't be removed or arrested. So that's a good part of it, yes?
Yes.
And then wearing the FKR gear, filming, or simply existing on the sidewalk is not a crime unless paired with actual intent to influence jurors specifically.
Yeah. So unless you're taking a positive action to basically get in the juror's face and say, have you considered this piece of evidence? Have you really given all the thought? Do you understand that Brown's slimy? Do you understand that, it has to be more than just saying free Karen Reid, for example.
Right. So in that context, I feel like the federal court is basically supporting what you and I have both said in how we felt the buffer zone should apply, and not how it's being applied. Is that the general feeling you get?
It's fun. Yeah, it's funny that a judge agreed with fair and reasonable opinions on the matter.
Right.
No, because it's a very straightforward interpretation of it, and that's why I was so quick to come down on Bev about the way that she instituted the buffer zone this time around. I mean, I had concerns about it during the last trial,
Right.
but the way that she sort of extended it and tried to
She
reinforce the powers that the police would have.
She added the force bit, that the police could use force, and I think that's where it tripped her up, basically.
Yeah.
So in the last trial, the way she had it, there was no violence. There was no reason for her to bring the hammer down harder. There was nothing really there. All it was that the groundswell of Karen Reid's support literally took over the streets. Like, I don't know if you saw the footage, but I've caught some of that footage myself in some of the music clips that I play. Just, cruising around and getting drone footage and other footage. I mean, it really was a big groundswell in trial 1.0.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the thing is,
Yeah, I've seen various images, but
the
I
thing
think
is,
that in this
none of it
instance,
was violent. There was no arrest for violence or anything that gave her a reason to apply force to the orders this time.
no, and that's why it gave so much credence to the belief that she was doing it purely because people were criticizing her so hard. And I think the fact that she more or less let it slip at different times that that's really part of what she was upset about, was that people criticizing her as well. You could tell from the way that she worded certain orders that she really didn't like that. And unfortunately for her, she's in a public position of power and entirely within the rights to criticize how she's handling the case.
Right. So I completely agree with you, but there's actually another factor involved with this. But before I go on to the other factor, because this is something that you probably don't know a lot about, but let me just go on with a quick summary of what we just discussed so we can move on. So the people that were impacted, the plaintiffs in this petition, were Erica Walsh. She was arrested and forced to remove clothing that was ruled a violation of her rights. But I think there was more to it, because she only got fined for trespass and not the actual clothing part. But it was still violating her rights, even though that's not what they charged her with, right?
That's correct, yes. And I think the very fact that they even charged her with trespass at that point was them trying to cover their backsides.
Yeah, and that was the overreaching part that the First Circuit thought was an overreach. Rightio. So Jason Grant, his Bible verse sign is protected. So he just basically had a sign with a Bible verse that basically says, fuck the government. It wasn't really like that. But you get what I'm saying. So that was protected. Tommy CPU was dragged out of the zone while peacefully filming. That was unconstitutional. I did invite Tommy to come up and talk about that if he wanted to, but I don't know if he's around at the moment. He hasn't replied yet, so far as I know. And then Michael Bryant, and he's the Justice Served TV LLC. He's actually a proper reporter. So he was told to leave for news gathering. So that was also unconstitutional.
Oh my God.
He wasn't even wearing any FKR stuff. He was actually wearing Justice Served TV paraphernalia, if you can call it that. But yeah, he just happened to be standing in the zone when the cops came up and said, "You can't even walk on the sidewalk. Get off the sidewalk," basically.
Yeah.
Let's move on. So, just to summarize what the court denied: the idea that the entire buffer zone is facially unconstitutional, the idea that Judge Kearney had no authority to issue it, and the idea that all political speech near a courthouse is protected. So that's what was denied. But what was granted was, you cannot enforce the buffer zone arbitrarily or as a people-free bubble. You cannot arrest someone without providing their intent to commit a crime, and law enforcement must stop retaliating against messages that they don't like. This is key to the next topic: retaliating against messages that they don't like. Put a pin in it. The public retains the right to criticize the system, the DA, and the court in general terms. Put a pin in those two, because that brings us to the good side to all of this. Something that Hayden's not entirely familiar with, I think, just from listening to your streams and your commentary about it, is the Aidan Kearney witness intimidation case. So how familiar are you?
Yeah, I specifically try to steer clear of Aiden's stuff, but that's just because I try to watch when I do the trial streams, I try and be as unbiased as I can initially going in, and I felt that if I was looking at Aiden's stuff as well, it might have influenced me one way or another. So no, I've specifically tried not to be too aware of that. So,
Rightio.
but no,
Well,
what's the good part that's come out of that? Then?
in summary, let's just summarize it. Okay, I think he's been charged with 18 cases of witness intimidation, and
Damn.
his defense is primarily based on First Amendment grounds. That a lay reporter covering the trial, because he's a blogger, a reporter, he's actually registered with the SJC as a reporter, and attempting to interview partygoers at 34 Fairview Road, and the rolling rally, which he's also been charged with, protesting. All of that is covered by this ruling by the federal courts. So I can see a whole lot more charges being dropped, okay? Primarily because he's now got evidence that the witness intimidation was retaliation, overreaching by the cops and stuff. I wasn't sure if you were aware of that. He actually has. So when his case kicked off, they're entitled to discovery, reciprocal discovery.
Mm-hmm.
In that discovery, they found communications between DA Morrissey and one of the judges involved in one of Aidan Kearney's harassment prevention orders. I think it was Chris Albert, I think. They actually got discovery involving that, where the judge had ruled on it that Chris Albert doesn't get a HPO. I can't remember which one it is. HPO, I think. The judge ruled on it, and then Chris and I think it was Jan McCabe sent messages to the DA saying, this is bullshit, we want you to act on this. So then he contacted that judge and made the judge reverse his ruling.
I'm sorry, what?
That's what Betterow got his hands on. I'm sorry, what?
Holy crap.
So I can put them up on the screen. Let me just go back. So I think that this order actually covers some of that stuff, right? Let me share my screen and show you what I'm talking about, Aidan. I'm getting his mixed up, and I'm sorry if I keep doing that. Oh my god.
That's fine.
So here, see, this is from Michael Morrissey. Are you driving?
Yeah, if you could just read it out, that'd be great.
Right. So it's a email from Michael Morrissey's iCloud burner account. It's dated September.
Okay, so it's personal email.
No, it's not even personal. It's actually a burner. I think it's called Cheese. Wasn't it called Cheese something? And I'm sure the audience will remind me what it was called, but it's all redacted here because he's in litigation, and I got these off his website. So it was sent on 29th of September 23, and it was to Thomas G. Ambrosio, Philip McHugh, Daniel O'Malley, and Lynn Balin of the Stoughton District Court. It says, caution, this email originated from outside of the organization. Do not click link open attachments unless you recognize the sender. So that's just proof that he sent it from a burner account, basically.
An external email address.
Right.
Yep.
Dear Judge Forts, is it Forts or Fortes? I don't know. I think it's Forts. I am writing to express my grave concern with actions taken by an individual employed at the Stoughton District in regard to an affidavit that was shared with a blogger writing about an ongoing second-degree murder case. On the 28th of the 9th, 2023, a witness in the Commonwealth versus Reed murder case filed a request for an application for a harassment prevention order, which was heard before Judge O'Malley. The application and affidavit were processed in the Civil Clerk Department of Stoughton District Court and presented to the judge, which after hearing was denied. We were informed by the witness and others that shortly after the hearing, that Aidan Kearney, aka Turtle Boy, was provided with a copy of the entire affidavit. And of course he was, because it's a public fucking record, right? Unless the judge sealed it.
I was going to say, yeah, if it was filed in a civil matter, then he's absolutely got every right to access it.
The leading individual who presents as a possible leak is Michelle Littlefield. So he goes on to say something's attached. I'm missing part of the communications, but it's clear from the postings that Stoughton District Court is directly involved in this dissemination of information affecting our murder prosecution. He's talking about Karen Reid there. From the comments, from the comments from one of the witnesses, you can see that they have completely lost all confidence in the courts of the Commonwealth. I have to agree that the actions erode the trust and integrity between the courts and the public, and the relationship with the DA's office. You don't say. We are extremely concerned that the improperly disseminated court material, unsolicited to a third party, which is continuing to cause harm and damage to a witness in an ongoing homicide prosecution, must be a violation of court policies or a potential violation of law. We also understand Aidan Kearney has also immediately requested copies of the FTR record that was made on the 28th of the 9th, 2023. Again, there is no way that he would have or should have known that a hearing took place. There are a number of concerns that we have about the possibility of having to file ongoing motions or other requests for warrants before this court that will affect the orderly and fair administration of justice. These actions are completely unacceptable and must be resolved immediately. I understand that you have to do
I'll tell you what's unacceptable, this email.
Yeah, right. I'll get your feelings on it. I've got one sentence left. I'll get your feelings on it.
Oh, sorry.
I understand that you do have an investigation and that may take time, but you also have to provide us with some evidence and assurance that you have taken action so we can safely continue to use the Clerk's Office of the Stoughton District Court. We have a number of delicate matters before them on a day-to-day basis. I await your advice, DA Morrissey. What's your feelings on that communique?
Okay, so we've got inappropriate ex parte communication with a judge in relation to a civil matter, saying that it's having an impact on a criminal matter. The fact that he's saying that he shouldn't have known about the hearing, unless the details of the hearing itself were sealed anyway, why would he not have? Why should he not have known about it? Was he deliberately trying to make sure that Aidan had no idea that this was even going on? Or I'm trying to wrap my head around how he's trying to impose these things. Yeah. When theoretically any general member of the public should know, could access theoretically this information. And saying that it's a leak?
Yes, interesting. But what we also have attached to this document is a message from, I think it's Jen McKay. I'm not sure who it's from, actually. It says, I know it's late, but I'm horrified that Chris didn't get it, the HPO. And I am even more disgusted that for the second time, someone from the court leaked it right away to TB. That's a text message sent to Morrissey. These are all handed over to Bradel and Betterow in defending Aidan Kearney's intimidation. Yeah. But then, because the people who work in Stoughton District Court, like me, this is Turtle Boy talking more than him, they sent this humiliating after David to show me so they could shame him some more. We've put in a request for the court audio, and hopefully with a little luck we'll have it for our live show on Sunday. I don't know if they actually did get the court audio. I think they might have for that. But anyway, so that's the story in how Aidan Kearney's case is essentially a First Amendment case, right? It's basically as a even a lay reporter, it doesn't matter what sort of lay reporter he is, he's allowed to say whatever the hell he wants, even if it's crude and uncouth. He can say what he likes because he's reporting on the Karen Reid case.
Mhm.
So the notes that I've got on this, so what did Aidan actually do? He led peaceful protests outside public-facing locations, like in the street. And some of those locations were tied to the 34 Fairview partygoers. He got arrested for that. He used a bullhorn to broadcast his theory of the case based on publicly available evidence at the time, exhibits, timelines, and contradictions. He did exactly what journalists and citizen activists and muckrakers have done for centuries. So when the state says he's guilty of accusing witnesses of murder, which is what DA Morrissey came out with in that press release that he did, what they're really saying is he said what we're trying to bury or hide. And that's what he's been arrested for. So legally speaking, this is pure protected speech. He was speaking on a matter of public concern. A Boston police officer was killed. A woman is on trial for that murder, and the investigation and prosecution are demonstrably flawed. So the Supreme Court could not be clearer in that ruling we just read. That speech on public issues occupies the highest rung of the hierarchy of the First Amendment values, quoting Connick versus Myers, 1983. So it does apply even retroactively to Aidan Kearney's case. Do you see the connection there?
Yeah. Given that it was a First Circuit judgment in Reid's case, though, it's still potentially persuasive precedent. But I'd be rooting for Aidan to get that. I very much think that. Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place because I've various things jumping to the forehead.
I gave you 500 thoughts to mull over at once, so triple you like.
Basically. Is this around the same time that Jen McCabe allegedly said that they needed to get his bail revoked, or she was going to basically change her testimony in the Reid case?
We're not entirely sure when that was said. I think this was a little bit.
Okay.
I think the time order is kind of. It's like he got arrested for the witness intimidation. I think like 10 or 11 charges in the first instance for the rolling rally, because they were on the streets out the front of the houses of Jen McCabe and Chris Albert and everybody. So that rolling rally, they just jumped in their cars and drove around and protested on the streets in front of the houses. So he got arrested for picketing the court, I think, or something, and picketing outside of D&E Pizza and picketing outside of the houses, and witness intimidation sort of associated with all of that. Those aren't the exact charges, but that was the first round. Then they kept coming for him, like everything he said online, they just kept coming for him and producing more HPO orders, and he's not allowed to talk about them online. And so we've heard a lot of audio from the court where Jen McCabe's begging the judge, can't you just stop him from talking about me? And the judge is like, no, I can't actually. It's a First Amendment privilege. So
yeah, basically you brought this on yourself with a shock and horror.
Right. And so it goes on to them trying to get the HPOs, and that one that I just read that Morrissey was talking with the judge about, he got that judge to reverse a decision and give Chris Albert the HPO, but everyone else got rejected on their HPOs. I think Chris Albert was the only one that got one, if I remember correctly. I'm sure the chat will straighten me out on that. And then it moved on to he was pulling faces in the window of D&E Pizza, and there's a camera on the other side. So that's where they tried to get him jailed. Well, he didn't know about it, Jen McCabe.
He was pulling faces and
Right.
Sorry, he's pulling faces in the pizza joint, and they call that
Witness
witness
intimidation.
What, intimidation?
That's what they tried to get his bail
Oh,
revoked on,
that's
pulling faces
funny.
at the camera. But I think they have pulled some of these charges. I think they might have pulled the Denny Pizza face camera thing because Chris Albert was recording audio, and he's not allowed to record audio from the public. So it's a two-party consent state. And I think that rather than facing some of those issues, they just dropped those charges. So I think he's had 3 charges out of the 18 witness intimidation. I think he's had 3 dropped. I think 1 was for picketing and 2 is witness intimidation. I'm not entirely up on the exact things that were dropped, but anyway, but that's how the time order went as far as trying to revoke his bond. But the one that he actually did jail time for was way before all of that. The one he actually did do jail time for 60 days. He started out 30 days, and somehow they got another 30 days on him. Was the setup with the girlfriend. Now Tim Bradle and Bettero now have all the texts between Krusty Panties, who you had the pleasure of meeting just recently, and
God, that woman. Yeah.
and Aidan's ex-girlfriend, D.A. Morrissey, set up Aidan to go over there. She claimed she was pregnant and going to have a night after pill. He had to be at her house. So she convinced him to go over there, and then they set him up for some alleged assault or something, which ended up being she stole his notes out of his pocket and he took them back. That's apparently assault. So that was revoked because he already had the witness intimidation charges. Doing something else like that revoked his bail for those first lot of charges. So he did 30 days, and then she went to court and told another big bunch of lies about illegally recording her during that episode. He did actually record it, and I think he got another 60 days. I could be getting some of these details a little mixed up, but that's generally what I understand. But moving on, let's move on. Yeah, so have I sort of put that all into perspective for you so you understand like some of what's going on there? Rightio.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All of that is retaliation because he's reporting on the Karen Reid case. But it goes further. It's not just retaliation because he's reporting and he has created the groundswell of protest, which we all recognize it was his original reporting and everything that created the protests. It was more than that because what they wanted to do was revoke Karen's bail by setting him up as a witness intimidator on her behalf because she's got involved in her bail conditions that she's not allowed to be in contact with any of the witnesses. And so they're saying that through Turtle Boy, she harassed these witnesses. So
he was a third-party agent to harass on her behalf. What a crock of crap.
Trying to get her bail revoked. So that's how it all connected to Turtle Boy. He didn't set out to make himself the center of this. They did. They wanted her. I think this is mostly the O'Keefes. They wanted her bail revoked. They were pissed off because she got out on I think it was $80,000 bail, and they were pissed off about it. And then at the time that this was all happening, she was also asking the court to give her a 80 grand back so that she can actually, because she's turned up to all the court cases, she's not a flight risk, she needs it for her defense, blah, blah, blah. So I think they were just trying to get her chucked in jail at the time. So that's how that all went. And that's why he's got all the charges and dragged into it the way he has been dragged into it. So the protest.
So from that perspective, 2 birds with 1 stone, and they failed spectacularly.
Right. But what it does show is that this is more like overreach by the same parties that are involved in this recent federal First Circuit ruling. Same parties, the same cops, the same court, the same DA. They're all involved in doing all this shit to Aidan as well. So I think it actually is a really good score for Aidan that this has been handed down before he goes to trial, because he can actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but he can put in a new motion to dismiss based on this, can't he?
I mean, he can certainly take a swing at it. If I was in his position, I certainly would be. Whether or not it's considered sufficient enough evidence is going to be up to the judge, but I mean, there's nothing stopping him.
So I was a little worried that it couldn't be retroactive, that because all his stuff happened first and then this ruling came down, that applying it retroactively wouldn't work, but it seems like it actually will.
Yeah, that does seem to be, that's the impression that I'm getting too. So, I mean, if he, I mean, I like Better. I've been following him for a little while on X, just even his own commentary on the trial, which has been illuminating at different times because he has an inside track. And it seems to me like he would be able to put together a fairly compelling motion based on that order. So I would be very much hoping for it to be successful.
And also with some of the evidence that they've collected, that all these people, the witnesses and Kate Peters and everyone, are colluding against him with the DA Morrissey. All of that together sort of...
Yeah, which, to be honest, is completely disgusting.
Right. So when I asked ChatGPT, it says, although the ruling itself is prospective in enforcement, its legal principles apply to past actions, especially those already under prosecution, that mirror the unconstitutional enforcement patterns. The ruling is the ruling just condemned. So it's the same patterns that ruling covers. It involves the same officials, same courthouses, and the same factual matrix of, the Norfolk DA and the same cops and his Morrissey's SPDU officers. And this is in essence, this is the essence of an as-applied First Amendment violation. If the government's enforcement of a law violated your rights, then a court now confirms it. The ruling applies to your case, even if you were charged before the ruling came down.
Yes, that's correct. Subsequent judgments can be applied, particularly where the matters are still ongoing, for example. I mean, if a subsequent judgment came down...
Especially because it's federal.
Yeah, and so because short of them trying to distinguish between the two cases, between the fact scenarios and that sort of thing, to say, oh, well, it shouldn't apply in this case because of X, Y, and Z, I'd be fully expecting this to be a precedent that is then applied in a motion. Because, I mean, if Aidan's matter had been completely done and closed and finalized and that sort of thing, it would be grounds for him to reopen it and to make an appeal or whatnot. And then they'd have to sort of make an argument as to whether or not it was appropriate to apply it. Given that everything's still ongoing and we've had this one come down, I would think that it's much stronger for him to make a motion now. And as I said, I'd be hopeful that it's successful.
Right. I would hope so too. So why it matters in Kearney's case, let's not forget. Kearney's charges include alleged intimidation, harassment, and protest activities directly connected to his coverage of the Karen Reid trial. These alleged acts occurred in public, were non-violent, and were primarily speech-based. And several of them occur near or in the vicinity of the courthouse or other public-facing locations. If the First Circuit's ruling just affirmed that quiet protests, off-site demonstrations, and political speech are protected, declared that law enforcement cannot speculate about someone's intent. They must prove the speaker's intention to interfere with the trial, and enjoined officers from engaging in arbitrary or retaliatory enforcement. And that is the sum of all of Aidan Kearney's charges.
Yeah.
That's exactly what the Commonwealth's entire case against him is all built on.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, look. To be perfectly honest, I'm talking out of turn here because I don't know the specific details of the complaints made against him, what the elements of each charge are, and that sort of thing. But I would be thinking that based on what you've said and what has been included in the order, that yeah, I do think that his at the very least the intimidation charges should be dropped. Anything that happened on a public street, I mean, presumably this was in the intervening period between the buffer zones being enforced anyway.
Yeah.
So that's really, I'm wondering whether or not the DA in his case would try and distinguish that he is doing this outside the time periods of the trial, for example, and that different standards should apply. But I would very much be saying, well, no, the federal court has specifically said that these actions in relation to this case are classed as protected First Amendment speech. The DA hasn't proven any sort of intention for me to have actually engaged in harassment or anything like that. And I mean, whilst we look at the equity side of it and say, well, DA Morrissey definitely does not have clean hands in this. Yeah. We've got to look at what the reasonableness is of him to be facing these charges in the first place is.
Right, and when you speak of the equity, that's one of the heaviest prongs that they discuss in this First Circuit order. They talk about the equity being one of the most important.
Yeah, well, that's just it. I mean, it mostly applies to civil cases, but you can't really go in because, I mean, as bad as it sounds, generally when you're in a criminal case, the lawyers acting for the state are supposed to be beyond reproach. We know that's not the case. We know that that's not reality, but that's what it's supposed to be. They're supposed to be above and beyond the standard of what you expect for a lawyer to be acting.
Right.
And as we've seen in various cases, that's just not the case.
Because they are.
But for example, in a civil case.
Yeah.
Exactly. And because they've got the power and the weight of the state behind them.
Right.
In a civil case, basically, if you try and sue somebody, the concept of equity in a civil case is that if you go to the court and you're seeking a remedy, you have to go with clean hands. You can't have been part of the reason why you've suffered the damages. You can't have been you can't have caused damage to the other party specifically in retaliation to what has happened to you. Those sorts of things. Basically, you have to have been a good little boy if you want to be able to do this sort of thing.
Right.
And so I can understand why the First Circuit has focused so much on that, because
right. And let's not forget that Morrissey was already under investigation by the feds at the time, so clearly he never had clean hands to begin with.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's one of those cases where the prosecution's case is so dirty that I genuinely do not believe it should have ever been brought in the first place. Like, I've said it a few times during both the first and this retrial. The way that the investigation was handled, at this point, I don't care if she did or didn't do it. The investigation was so mishandled and was so dirty and not meeting the required standards that she should be found not guilty irrespective. Which is a really disturbing thought to think that maybe someone out there actually committing murders may have gotten away with it because of how shoddy the police work is. I mean, we don't know what other cases these police officers failed to properly investigate. We don't know however many cases that they've abused their power on. I mean, all this is doing is raising massive red flags.
Right. Exactly. So in the Kearney case, he's got the choice of a suppression motion to suppress any evidence that is related to what these federal documents cover, or he's got the option for a motion to dismiss. How would you attack it?
I mean, look, my general approach is when you're in this situation, you take a shotgun approach. You fire as many. No, let me say it the other way. You take the plate of spaghetti, you throw it at the wall, and hope that something sticks. So
you start with the dismissal motion, and if that doesn't work, then it goes to trial. You've got the suppression motion as a backup.
Yes, basically. I might even try and file them at the same time and say, look, we are filing this motion to dismiss. In the alternative, if you do not agree with our motion to dismiss. We expect that this is to be suppressed from the get-go. I wouldn't even be waiting for it to become an issue in the trial, frankly. I'd be saying this is not to see the light of day inside the courtroom.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's what I was thinking too. Like, go hard on the motion to dismiss and warn them if they want to. If they want to keep pushing it, then we're going with suppression as well. So let me talk about the judge in Kearney's case, because I feel like he's I don't know if it's the same judge. I'm still trying to work out which judge did what, because they keep switching his judges around, right? The different
okay, because I'm going to say, because the last that I heard about his judge was that the judge that I saw, but I mean, this was a good, 6 weeks ago now, he was pretty reasonable in terms of a discovery violation between the prosecution on both Aidan's case and on Karen's case. And I was actually quite happy with the way that he handled things there. The fact that he was that the prosecution against Aidan was trying to get access to correspondence between, I thought was absolutely appalling. But I'm glad that was properly handled.
I am glad that it was properly handled, but it wasn't until after the information was already handed back and forth. And this is what
handed over.
Worries me about it, because this is like laundering. You've got to do this shit first before the information gets handed over. Same judge has allowed the prosecution to get all of Aidan Kearney's devices, build this case against Karen Reid using Aidan Kearney's devices, and then retroactively applied a taint team to Aidan Kearney's devices. That's laundering. That's saying, yeah, we know it's illegal, but if I put this in place now, that covers our asses.
Yeah,
it was already illegal.
That's what I said. Yeah. So, there's your forbidden fruit, honestly. I've never been one to say that you can anyway rectify or remedy that anyway. If the prosecution becomes aware of information via illegal means, then as far as I'm concerned, that should be excluded irrespective of whether or not they find a legal way to get at that anyway. Right. Because if it's information that they would have never otherwise had knowledge of, then it's not appropriate for them to be able to use it in court. Because all that is the judge basically rewarding bad behavior.
Right, and I do think, just to clarify, I do think that the order that you were speaking of originally, where he said, no, you can't have Karen Reid and her attorney's communications, that one was actually done the right way. It was done under a court order. I'm pretty sure that the prosecution got those communications and then applied for all of this shit in the court, but I don't feel like the judge knew that. So I will give him at least that much. But he'd already ruled on giving Aidan a taint team after his devices had already been accessed and used in a grand jury indictment against him and Karen like a year beforehand. So right. I feel like he's on the border of laying down with dogs and getting fleas. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, he's basically, I won't say suborning the actions of the prosecution, but he certainly didn't help. I mean, like I said, I've had very limited visual on the judges in Aidan's case. All I remember was that there was a specific court order as to what communications could be handed over, and from the sounds of it, the prosecutor in Aidan's case was deliberately misconstruing what the order was in order to get access to information from Karen. And I remember seeing a video of the judge basically yelling at him over that. But that's about all I've really seen in terms of Aidan's case.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, like I said, it seems to be a different judge all the time. But the one that you saw saying, no, they can't have Karen Reid's communications with her attorneys, that judge there is now overseeing the witness intimidation charges. I think the reason he's had several judges because the HPOs are different cases. Each of the HPOs is a different case, and also I think one of the judges circulated out in the witness intimidation case, so I think that's why he's had several judges like in different cases. But nonetheless, I feel like this one is skating on thin ice. Like, how he moves forward from here is going to tell you whether or not he's prepared to lay down in the same bed with Michael Morrissey and catch the fleas, because it's not going to be good. The federal court ruling that just came down, this is not going to be good for any of them, right?
No, I wouldn't expect so. I mean, once they work out a template precedent, basically, of how they will try and avoid that in the future, they will. I mean, I've seen that happen plenty of times when a precedent's come down that's been adverse to the prosecution, and basically they'll sit down over a weekend and work out, okay, here's how we fight this in the future. Here's how we say that we're distinguishing it. Here's how we say that it doesn't apply to the current cases. And basically, it's a form precedent, and it will depend on each individual judge as to whether or not they're willing to accept that or not. And my concern is that it seems like a lot of the judges, at least in this area, are very complicit's not really the word that I'm looking for here, but they're cooperative, shall we say, with the DA's office.
Right,
more so than I would have expected.
Because he runs Norfolk County, essentially. But they have to do day-to-day, interactions with all of these courts. They're all in Norfolk County. They have to do these day-to-day interactions with the DA's office on a regular basis. So I can understand they don't want to rock the boat, but at the same time, they're playing loose and dangerous if they keep going with Morrissey's overreach, putting themselves in danger. So here's what I reckon Aidan's got going in his favour. He can actually write. We know that we know what's in the footnotes of the Betterow letters and what's in the footnotes of the motions that they're sending through for Aidan Kearney. So if they can say that the trial court ignored documented ex parte interference between the DA and a prior judge in Kearney's cases, and then denied our motion to dismiss without addressing it. And so that gives them a pretty strong appeal point, right?
I would think so. I think that it's definitely something that's at least worth the motion anyway. If only to get it on the record so that there's an appealable issue down the track.
Right. So you get the picture why I think it's actually a bigger deal for Aidan's case than it is for the protesters. So
yeah, I can see that now.
Some people are like, I don't like Erica, well, she deserved it, or I don't like Tommy, he deserved it. Whatever. That's not the point. The point is we've got this ruling now that actually benefits everybody to a degree, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I'll be honest, I hate that sort of mentality as well. I don't like this particular person, so so they shoot. What's happened to them is deserved. As soon as something happens in a criminal matter, be it someone's charged with something, someone is arrested, something like that. I mean, in a perfect world, I genuinely believe that the defendant should probably be represented in court in some sort of faceless way, because it shouldn't matter what your personal opinion is of the individual. I've always said every defendant is presumed innocent until the prosecution proves their case.
The law
your
is
personal
the law.
feelings of an individual. Exactly. There's a reason why Lady Justice is blind.
Right. And the colour of law. Doesn't matter about who you are, what your skin colour is, what your voting preferences are. None of that matters. The law is the law. And I even support, people who have, maybe feigned they were a little bit more injured than they actually were to get this federal ruling through. I support that because I'd do it too. That's in response to people saying Tommy feigned that the cop hurt him more than he actually did. I don't support the idea that he should have just took it. And, I support the idea that he put his arm in a sling and played that one out as hard as he freaking could, because part of the order actually says that the plaintiffs had to demonstrate, that physical harm, I don't know if it says physical harm, but harm came to them as a result of the police force. So I actually do support him doing that, because this is part of what got it through the system, that there was physical harm involved. So totally support it. Don't care if Tommy was actually injured or not. I'm just glad he did what he did, and we got the order from the federal court, because now it's supporting those who are on the ground, what they can and can't do and say, and where they can go. It's supporting Toto Boy's case, because we know that that is all driven by malice by DA Morrissey, and it's supporting Karen's case. So I feel like it's an all-round great outcome. Thanks, Tommy, for doing that. Whoever advised him that was the way to go, thank you too. So let me just finish up with that topic about this particular judge. So the PR weapon in the jury court. So if this actually does, if Turtle Boy does actually go to a jury, I'm not sure he will now because of this federal ruling. I feel like this judge is now on notice, and how he plays it from here is going to be interesting. I feel like he probably is going to back off because of this federal ruling, whereas before he didn't show any signs of wanting to or feeling like he should back off. I feel like he might be going to. So the ruling basically tells Bettero and Bradel, fine, we'll play this out before a jury. Just know we're going to show them the parts you refuse to let them see. So the judge won't address Morrissey's. If the judge won't address Morrissey's misconduct, the defense now has license to, right?
I would think so. It's at least something they're able to raise. I mean, Morrissey's doing a tap dance here. We know that.
Yep.
And the way that he's avoiding various bits and pieces while still coming out looking squeaky clean. And when I say that, I mean, there's nothing so far that I would feel comfortable lodging a bar complaint against him for. So when I say squeaky clean, I'm not meaning that what he hasn't done isn't underhanded, what he's done isn't reprehensible and that sort of thing. I'm saying he is towing the line of where.
Well, we already know the Bar Association loves Morrissey's ass and have awarded him Person of the Year, and Beverly as well. Two different bars in the same area, but yeah, we know they love their asses. So
yeah,
making that sort of complaint is never going to work. But bringing it up in a court case where the judge insists on taking it to trial, bringing it up in front of a jury in a public court case is, well, that's kind of different, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not like that wouldn't be something that could be, I don't know, front page news in a few years' time when isn't Morrissey elected, or was he appointed?
He's elected, and he's running in December next year, or November next year.
Well, there you go.
So all of this will come to fruition before he's running again. So question is, will he run again? We had this discussion on a live stream previously. Some people think that he's outgunned with who he's running against this time, so he might not win. But all this extra negative publicity with the federal investigation in the Karen Reid case, and the prosecution of Turtle Boy, how all this turns out is going to probably have some negative impact on him running again, right? I honestly, I don't know how it works. I just know he's elected. That's all I know. The best person to talk about that would probably be Scotty McGuinness, but he doesn't want to come up. So let's go on. It increases pressure on this judge to rule more fairly, especially mid-trial. We won't have any mid-trial surprises this time, will we? So he may have kicked the ex parte party bomb down the road, but he still has to rule on admissibility of protest footage, admissibility of testimony about bias, selective enforcement, and retaliatory arrests, jury instructions related to First Amendment protections. So apparently they can read this federal ruling out as part of jury instructions.
Can they just? That's interesting.
That's what AI is telling me. So if that's the case, if they can read, like at least the.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, look, let's just double check and be careful with the AI though, because we know that for example, it's made up court cases and stuff and gotten lawyers in trouble for providing legal doctrine without substantial reasoning. So let's just be
Right.
careful with what we're believing from ChatGPT.
Right.
I would fully
That's
expect
why
that
I'm running it
extracts
by
from that
you.
precedent.
That's exactly why I'm running it by
Fair
you.
enough.
I want a human involved as well, but yes.
Okay. Because I mean, reading it as as part of a jury instruction, for me, I would think that would be highly unusual. I've certainly never seen anything like that here. That's why I was sort of surprised and thinking, oh, okay, is that something they do there? Being able to read it into the record in court, I think would be, if they can manage to swing that, I think that'd be just as good as giving it as a jury.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they definitely front of them and say, hey, by the way, there was this recent court that said this, and this, and we believe this directly applies. So, I mean, even if they do it during questioning and say, like, I mean, I would almost never say that Aidan should get on the stand. So if they can get it in via another witness and just say, hey, are you aware of this court hearing? Sorry, are you aware of this court order that says this? And just get that in front of the jury that way. I'd be satisfied with that.
Right. I think what the AI is actually suggesting is that you can have jury instructions about the First Amendment, but to use that document, they would have to use it to shape the jury instructions, the motions in limine, and opening and closing arguments, more so than just reading the document word for word.
Yeah, because you've got to trigger off the requirement for the instruction to be given to the jury. And I think that probably the best way to do that would be to discuss the actual order being made by the First Circuit itself, and working the best way to work that in. I mean, if you use that during your opening statements, there's a good chance that you're going to see an objection, which it's bad form to object during opening and closing statements, but we've seen it happen before for obvious reasons.
Right.
Yeah. I'd just be like I said, I'd be happy to get that in front of the jury in some way, shape, or form through testimony. So they can
actually request a custom jury instruction based on the Grant versus Mass ruling. So Better and Bradle can draft and request a jury instruction that incorporates the legal principles articulated in the ruling. For example, the jury is instructed that public protest, criticism of government officials, and the act of obtaining and publishing court records are protected by the First Amendment unless done with a specific intent to intimidate or obstruct justice, just as an example.
Interesting. Okay.
So I think that's where it's getting at, rather than reading the document, straight out. But it's probably more pertinent to be referring to it in motions in limine, where they want to strike evidence that's pertaining to that particular doctrine, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Blocking inflammatory evidence is basically what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, because the obvious thing is that it's got to be more probative than prejudicial to any of the parties.
Right.
But I mean, in this instance, I would say, how the heck is a court order made by a federal court in any way prejudicial to the prosecution when all it does is prevent them from?
Right. So if you think about it like this, okay, that court order protects signs like Free Karen Reid. It protects social media posts. It protects the video of public protests or loud speech, for example. Any footage of him on a bullhorn yelling shit out over his bullhorn. His entire case is built on all that shit. It's all built on.
This is true.
On snippets of him doing and saying and posting. That's what his entire case is built on. So that's the sort of stuff that he could block using Grant versus Mass.
Yeah. Okay. So, sorry, I'm just putting certain things in. I'm putting my ducks in a row in my brain.
Yeah.
I would foresee a fairly robust motion to dismiss based on that ruling.
I would too. I hope so. Well, I think he's got one pending. I don't know if we got a ruling on it yet, but I think he has one pending. But I'd be putting, because this has come out today, I would be putting in a new one, right?
Yeah.
Or can you amend
Yeah,
it?
either that or applying for. That's what I was going to say. You apply to the court for leave to amend his current motion.
Yeah.
But I mean, it may still take another couple of days for them to put together the additional information out of that. Anyway, I've got no doubt that right now they're probably scrambling madly to try and put something together. But you also want to make sure that it's as robust as you can make it.
Yeah. So you know how in Australia, if you raise a constitutional issue in your trial, that gives you, let's just say, a hand up to a higher court because it's a constitutional issue. I think it does the same thing in Massachusetts, where if they object to, any of this inflammatory evidence that I just listed being used in his trial, they object to it, then it forces a constitutional analysis into the record, which then it can be later used in appeal. That's the same way it would work in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, generally, if it's a constitutional issue, it's going to get removed, at least in part, in relation to that, into either the full circuit or, depending on the required interpretation, you can wind up in the High Court. But you'd rather not get that far in relation to a criminal case. But it has certainly happened where
you'd rather use it as leverage.
Interlocutory motion.
It's good leverage, though.
Exactly.
The judge knows as soon as you mention it what you're saying. If you don't do this, this is where we're going to end up, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it definitely means that there's going to be increased scrutiny on their judicial reasoning as to why they've made a particular decision.
Yeah.
So
I would encourage you at some stage to listen to Bradel's arguments in the Turtle Boy case regarding the Witness Intimidation Statute, because as people are pointing out in the chat here, there's things in that statute which are clearly unconstitutional by the American Constitution. Of course, they can say whatever the fuck they like in Australia. We don't have those protections. But in the Massachusetts courts, hurting someone's feeling is viewed as being intimidated.
I'm sorry, what? I mean, I know we're heading down that path, but there's already in places where someone's fees is counted as intimidation?
Pretty much.
Horror.
Pretty much all of the intimidation charges against Aidan Kearney are the McAlberts saying their fees were hurt.
Oh. Facts don't give a fuck about your fees.
Right. But that's pretty much... I think it's going to actually cause maybe a bit of a rewriting of that particularly part of Massachusetts law, because I know that there's at least one lawmaker interested in looking at it and putting it on the table.
Yeah.
One local lawmaker politician on the Massachusetts, forget the name of it. But he's a representative of the Massachusetts area. He's actually spoken publicly, I think, both on Turtle Boy's channel and maybe Mike's channel. I can't remember where else he appeared, but he's actually interested in taking on tidying up that law so that the fees gets ejected.
Oh, good. Someone with confidence.
Yeah.
Very rare in a politician these days.
Yeah. So I like the fact that, they're paying attention to that. I don't like the fact that the feds are more worried about somebody's freaking shower than they are this case and what's going on in this case. But it's promising that some of these laws and some of this behavior is going to probably get fixed one way or another, right?
I mean, that's ultimately the goal. You would hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, as bad as it sounds, and it's the same thing that I've said. I'm equating it across the board to various things. I mean, you're aware of what's happened with the machete ban here after the attack down here at last weekend, right?
Dude, go on, go for it.
So for those of you that don't know, our government, in their infinite wisdom, has said, no, we're not going to worry about the fact that we've imported a problem from certain other countries and that gang violence is a problem. We're just going to make sure that they don't have access to their preferred weapon, which is to say that as of last Wednesday, so 2 days ago our time,
Yep.
they banned the sales of machetes in stores across Victoria.
Commonly used.
Not
to
in any
fight
way
your through the
effective.
bush.
Exactly. And not in any way going to actually address the problem. Complete not a band-aid. Because I'm sorry, they might put the machete down, which I don't even think that that's going to happen. I think we're going to see because Crims don't care. They're just going to pick up another weapon, or they're just going to find another way around it. Or worst case scenario, they're just going to continue to use them because they don't care about the law.
I can see the state court
And that's the
smacking
problem.
it down because it's too broad. Do you think that's
I'm thinking there's going to be a challenge to it, and I'm thinking that's probably it's where there's going to be issues. I mean, that's the reason why they left the actual ban of possession through to September, because they know that there's going to be court challenges to it. At this point, it's just the sale of them that's been banned as of Wednesday. And even now, we've already got retailers that are saying, well, hang on, no, we've got all this stock. You gave us 2 days notice, and now we're not allowed to sell any of this to anyone. We're taking financial hits. It's something that has a reasonable use. It's not it's a tool for us.
it's not a weapon. It's to fight your way through the freaking bush when you need to go bushwalking and shit.
It's if there's a brown snake curled up near your leg, you have a way out sort of issue.
Right. Protection is another one. That's right.
They're trying to equate that. The point that I'm is they will just find another weapon to pick up.
You must be in a
way to be.
You must be in a dodgy
slimy.
reception. But I get what you're saying. I think your reception went a little dodgy there, but I get what you're saying. They'll just find another way to hurt each other. Like, we've already banned guns, they can't shoot each other. That's why they were using machetes.
Exactly. And I mean, to be fair, I mean, it sounds stupid, but at least in terms of our gangland warfare, like the organized criminals, they have a certain level of organization, obviously, but they have rules. Like, I was talking about that the other day. Like, there was the gangland guy and his lawyer that got shot in the middle of the night. What was it? Last Thursday, last Wednesday, something like that. But the rule is that they don't engage in those sorts of activities in the middle of the day when these people were shot, because there's rules about, I don't want to say courtesy, but it's you don't involve the general public in your issues. Whereas what we're seeing with the people that are swinging the machetes, for example, they don't give a shit. They don't care. Because as far as they're concerned, this is the culture that they have grown up with. This is the culture that's been imported.
Yeah.
And they're happy to, in the middle of a shopping center with little kids around, swing bladed weapons at each other because, this is gang territory.
Right.
Basically.
Right.
But what I was trying to equate that with as I did was that even if this court order does manage to correct certain activities, I genuinely believe that based on the quality of the people that are involved in this case, they're just going to find other ways to be underhanded, basically.
Yep, I agree that the DA has to go, and even if the DA goes, there's still going to be all this underhanded shit because it doesn't stop at him.
Exactly. Like, he might have fostered the environment for all of this to sprout, but there's still going to be issues. I mean, we even saw stuff with Lally that I don't think was appropriate, and it seems like it's systemic to me. And I think that's what's allowed Morrissey to get so big-headed and so confident in doing this sort of stuff, is that there have been no checks and balances on him specifically. And it just seems like it's all, like, I don't want to say it's a cult or anything, but if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck.
It's a duck. Indeed it is. Indeed.
Exactly.
Indeed. So, yeah, I can see a whole bunch of benefits coming out of this Grant versus Mass ruling. Like, it's certainly going to have, the lawmakers who are already partially interested in some of the laws, like the witness intimidation statute, it's certainly going to leverage them to some degree to be able to do this, to be able to make some of these changes, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
I'm very encouraged by it. Like, I understand it wasn't entirely a smackdown of Judge Bev's ruling to enforce the buffer zone, but at the same time, I feel like there was a lot of wins on the other side when you look at it in the broader scope. I feel
Yeah, and look, as bad as it sounds, with the way that Bev's handling this case, any win feels like it's worth fireworks.
right, exactly. We did the whole cheering just before, because it is a win. So, just to hang on, where were we at now? I'm trying to figure what the next topic is. I think I've come to the end of the line, actually. But to wind it back to, to wind it all back to Bev, I feel like not just with the buffer zone, the federal court's not agreeing with the buffer zone. Hang on, let me just rewind a bit. I didn't feel like there was going to be any consequences for Bev for the way that she is doing this trial. But now I see the federal courts are indeed inclined to at least rein her in a little. I kind of feel a little bit better that she might actually face some consequences in the long run.
Well, whether she's going to face consequences is one thing. I think that.
Well, we were talking yesterday about, the day before, about having her rulings overturned. That's kind of the consequences that I'm thinking.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's more likely to happen. Even between jurisdictions, judges are generally reluctant to impose actual sanctions on other judges and that sort of thing. But that's why you've got the judicial misconduct allegations. But the trouble is, as I've said previously, the concept of judicial immunity, she won't face any real world consequences for how she's acted anyway.
Yeah, no, I wasn't referring to those sort of consequences. We all know that they're pretty much protected in that regard, but I was more referring to so I originally had thought, the SJC clap their hands because only Bev runs, this extra judicial board that makes the rules. So they celebrate her because of that. Then when they overruled, when they basically ruled in her favor at the SJC with the last Karen Reid appeal, I was of the impression, they're already celebrating her. They're not going to rule against her. They're going to treat her as one of the special judges. Then we had the next court up pretty much do the same thing, like, oh, this is moot. We don't really have to deal with it anymore. Then we had, I think that was the habeas court. Sorry, the habeas court ruled against Karen Reid and ruled in favor of Bev. And then the First Circuit ruled, or was it the Seventh Circuit? I forget which number it was, but one of the circuits ruled that it was moot. So it kind of felt like to me that this was like just a statewide, let's beef up Arnie Bev and make her look good. So I was losing hope that there would be any consequences and that Karen's appeals would never even make it anywhere. But this federal court ruling kind of gives it a different flavor. Like, she's not going to get away with everything. Some stuff is going to stick, right?
Yeah, and it's kind of scary that it has to come down to the feds to do that. But we've sort of seen the same thing with how, with the investigations. It's really scary to think that it's a requirement that the feds are involved either at an investigation or at a court level in order to get a fair and reasonable trial for Karen.
Yeah,
that shouldn't be necessary.
Yeah.
And you're right.
Oh, we lost you again.
I think that's what.
Start that sentence again, because you dropped out for a little bit.
Someone. Sorry.
Oh, start that sentence again, because you dropped out a little.
Oh, sorry, I went through a cove of trees. What I was saying is why it pissed me off so much that Morrissey, when in that email you read out, he included that oh, so one of the witnesses is losing faith in the courts and the judicial system and that sort of thing. Yeah, no shit, mate. People are at this trial and going, that shit ain't right. Like, this isn't how
Yeah. What's happened to America?
justice is supposed to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
The shining beacon on the hill is a little duller for the Karen Reed case, right?
yeah, which is terrifying because I don't know about you, but there's been specific instances over the last, let's say, 20 years where I've looked at America and gone, fuck, they're our only hope. And seeing stuff like this is so disheartening.
It is.
Because you at least try and believe that the court systems are going to rein shit in, but no.
But no. Andy, I agree. It is a little disheartening to see that Aidan's faith is waning this past week, but he's like Karen Reed. He has the full weight of the state coming down on him. He's going to have his up days and his down days. It's pretty hectic what he's going through. It's the full weight of the state coming down on him. So,
yeah, and I mean, it's never going to be easy being involved in a case that, I mean, look, some of the things he said, some of the things he's done, you can kind of understand why there may have been someone down the track was going to throw some litigation at him. But
yeah, it should have been civil. It should have been civil litigation, if anything.
Exactly. Not the way that they've handled this.
Yeah. So, my heart goes out to him because I understand. He understands what Karen's going through because she has the full weight of the state coming down on her. They've put the full weight of the state on him so that they can inadvertently attack her even harder. He's only feeling a fraction of what she's going through, but he now understands what she's going through. Through watching him go through it, I now understand what they're both going through, if that makes sense. Aidan's
Yeah, and look, and it can be... Sorry?
Go on. We have a little...
I was just going to say, look, yeah, being an attorney, you do see both sides of this scenario as well, and there are definitely times when your heart will absolutely go out to your client, especially with how especially when, in this instance, they're being run up the ringer without any sort of without a reasonably fair trial. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I've defended people. I have sued people I've sued on people's behalf for any number of different things. And sometimes it's just very clear when someone has gone out of their way to screw someone else over, but because of the court process, you have to hold your tongue.
Yeah.
Or you have to treat it in a very specific way.
Yeah.
And yeah, it can be very disheartening, but I'm hopeful that he's keeping his head up.
He is. He's doing all right. He does have I think he does suffer with depression occasionally. I don't know that he's as bad as some people who do suffer from it, like chronically, but he does have episodes. So I do feel sorry for him. But I would just like to point out here, I don't know if I can do this without uproaring, politics, but I feel like this was something that we already had a sneak peek of regarding Julian Assange. The whole, you're not a journalist, therefore you can't report on this, and we're going to treat you like a criminal because you did. That kind of, I feel like that's what started this whole idea that you could attack a person and say, well, you're not a credentialed journalist, therefore you're not a journalist. I feel like that's kind of where this all kicked off. And if we had have dealt with it differently in the Julian Assange, we might have set better precedents for what we're calling a journalist, right?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a circumstance where it became very more public. I mean, there certainly had been... Oh, that's a sheep on the road. Hang on.
Watch out for that.
Sorry. There's definitely been...
George of the Jungle.
Look, it's fine. Well, my bigger concern was a couple of days ago I was driving through here and there was a bloody black Angus just roaming around, a calf. And I was like, there's no way in hell that thing's not going to get hit. And I was just like, at least I saw it in time.
Yay.
I mean, what I was trying to say is that there's certainly been instances where they were trying to rein in journalistic freedom of reporting prior to Assange, but I completely get what you mean, because it was definitely one of the more high profile ones in recent years where, I mean, basically, aside from whether or not someone's gone to university, I think is really irrelevant as to whether or not they're a half decent journalist.
Well, even if
Because
you're a shitty journalist, you should still have some protections, shouldn't you?
exactly, I mean, there's protection of freedom of ideas and all that sort of stuff should still apply irrespective. And that's why I get so annoyed here, because yeah, sure, we don't have the First Amendment, and obviously our journalism is incredibly reined in, and it is very much biased because of, like 70% of our media is owned by ultimately one holding company, really. So they can sort of pick and choose whatever narrative they want. Which is why it's so important that boots on the ground independent journalists are recognized. But I take your point. If we had recognized the fact that what he was doing was a form of journalism as opposed to what they classed as whistleblowing is in part of the court cases, then I think that we would have a very different.
Yeah, it kind of did shape how we are perceiving what we accept to be a journalist, and that's reflected very heavily in how Aidan's case has been treated, not just by the courts, but also by the court of public opinion.
Exactly, and that's like I don't know if I told you or not, but I applied to join the Media, Entertainment, and Actors Association. I'm pretty sure it is. Or was it? Actors Association of Australia or something like that. And basically, they refuse to acknowledge that any coverage that I do on anything is of journalistic
Value.
journalistic material, basically.
Yeah.
Value, thank you.
Yeah.
And so because originally I was applying, because that's the only way you can get a press pass here, is to actually apply through them. Well, I mean, you can get one if you go and work for like Legacy Media or whatever else.
Yeah.
But if you're an independent journalist, a freelancer, you have to apply through them, because at least then you get a press pass that is recognized in most instances. I mean, I could go out and print up my own, but it's not going to work.
Yeah.
But they basically stuck me in a category and said, no, we're not giving you one.
Yeah. So this is kind of like this is still a reflection on Julian Assange, because he was credentialed here in Australia at one point, and then they withdrew it, right?
Yeah.
So and now now you got to go through this special body to say that you're a journalist. Like, it's just bullshit. America's not got that body though, and this is what makes it difficult. Each state or each county has their own like system of what they're going to call a journalist, and so in Norfolk County, you have to go to the Supreme Court. I think theirs is called the Supreme Court, and get your I don't know little certificate that the Supreme Court acknowledges you as a journalist. Their rules are you need to have a published opinion or a published articles. You've got to have I can't remember the other couple. Jess Machado's been going into it in a lot more detail recently, but so in order to get the Supreme Court little certificate, you got to have those set things in place, which he passed. He has those things. But it's retroactive. Like, he got arrested for all his journalism, but now he's applied to the Supreme Court for his little certificate. So it's kind of retroactive. So do you think that applies retroactively now that he's been recognized?
That's a damn good question. I don't know that it would, honestly. I mean, if there's ever any questioning of it, it'll be open to interpretation. But I mean, if his accreditation is from the date that the certificate's issued, then no, I wouldn't expect that it would be retroactive, unfortunately.
It's weird because, we know that this federal Grant versus Massachusetts ruling is going to be applicable retroactively because it's upholding the Constitution, I guess. But if they want to claim that that you need to have this little certificate to be an accredited journalist, he already had those things. He already had their little list of tick boxes ticked before he applied for it.
Yeah, he just didn't have a piece of paper. Yeah, okay.
So it just makes you wonder, okay, that federal ruling's retroactively applicable, but does him being a journalist get retroactively applied as well? It's a court that's awarding it, so you would think it would be, right?
Look, not necessarily. I mean, it's a different facet of law when you think about it. I mean, because it's still basically an accreditation award that's being given to him.
And it's not.
I mean, for example,
not a court ruling either. It's just a little. I acknowledge you're a journalist.
Exactly. I mean, let's look at it the other way. I mean, for example, a coroner's court or birth deaths and marriages, for example, will issue a marriage certificate on a particular day. Statutory body, but it's not like it applies retroactively. So it's sort of in that same vein as just as an analogy. So,
and once,
I mean, interpretation of law can definitely be retroactive. Yeah. But I think that I think it'll be from the date that he's actually given that piece of paper.
Yeah. Well, that's a disappointment. M169 says, gone are the days when you could work your way up the ranks of a news organization. And I would just add to that and say that you have to toe the line if you want to work your way up. So you're right. If you're not toeing the line and reiterating the government narrative, then you probably aren't going to work your way up. That's kind of how it works here in Australia too, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Mainstream media has gone too corporate and they've cut back on reporters to bare minimum. That's why coverage sucks. And the reason they've cut back on reporters to bare minimum is because we don't want to watch them anymore. They're losing the coverage. They're losing.
Exactly.
It's a snake eating its own tail. They started pulling the we're going to only cover what the government wants us to cover. We all lost interest because they're no longer the fifth estate. Now they're losing their viewership. Now they've got to cut back on their reporters. Now the coverage sucks. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it?
Self-fulfilling prophecy. There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
And I think that's why even seeing smaller independent media like Channel 6, the 13-year-old that started his own news company, which I still find very impressive, honestly. I will prefer to watch their coverage over anything that, say, any of the televised channels put out, because I know that it's just going to be bias drivel. I mean, I'll watch both the headlines from Channel 7 and Channel 9 every morning just so I know what's of interest and what's coming up of topics of interest, basically, for the day.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to listen to any of the commentary. I'm not going to listen to what their spin on it is. I'm listening to it purely so I know what the topic is, so I can do my own independent research, because I know I can't trust what they say.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You finished your sentence while I was drinking coffee, but yes, I totally agree. I do the exact same thing. I have no longer have a connection to free to air TV. I am just looking through news reports on the YouTubes. If it tickles my fancy, it's a topic I'm interested in, I'll go research it myself. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not going to listen to what they say. I mean, one of the
free to air thing's an interesting thing. There's even a ability in my household to watch free to air TV. Both of the TVs, because you got to have one for the 6-year-old so that she can go and watch her own thing, and adults don't have to listen to Roblox and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever actually bothered to connect it so that we could watch free-to-air TV if we wanted to. It's all YouTube. It's all streaming. It's all just curated content, basically. And I think that's where they're really messing up. And they're trying to. They're expecting that people are going to continue to teach the mainstream medias.
Yep. Because they're all supporting things that we don't support. You know, the nanny state and fucking you name it. it's all shit we don't support, right?
Which is why. Exactly, which is why it's so scary, because then you realize, okay, the people that are sitting down and watching this drivel think that this is the majority of opinion in Australia, for example.
Yeah.
And it's just not the case.
No, we don't have TV licenses in Australia. You just got to get your own aerial on the roof so you can receive the reception, and bada boom, bada bing, you're in. That's it. Yep. My cable was laid underground. I originally had it just hanging across from the main house because I live in a cabin. I originally had it just hanging across the trees to the main house, but I got mine put underground and then it dicked out, and it's so okay. Now it's inaccessible. It stays dicked out. I think
that's unfortunate. Sorry to hear about that.
Well, I just looked at it and went, you know what? I'm not getting anything of value. You know what happened? You know, we were just in the middle of the COVID crisis, and they shut the borders down, and my grandfather had passed away, and I couldn't cross the border without a freaking pass. Like, I felt like a Jewish citizen of Germany. Like, I couldn't do anything. He passed away, and I couldn't get up there quick enough because of this whole border bullshit. Oh. And it was like a 3-hour wait at the border just to cross over the border. And well, you guys copped it a lot worse than we did. You were locked inside your houses and stuff. But the mainstream media was scaring the freaking crap out of me. Like, if I step outside my house, I'm going to get arrested, or someone's going to attack me because I'm not doing or looking the right way, or, you know, something's not right about, I don't know, my car rego because I'm on an LPG system and I have troubles trying to get the freaking thing properly registered, or, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to end up on the front page of the freaking news and people screaming on your doorstep because you did something wrong. It scared the freaking crap out of me. And that was...
Yeah, and I genuinely believe that was entirely deliberate. I think that I don't know if it was entirely the point, or if it was that certain aspects of, or certain individuals, shall we say, latched on to what was going on. But definitely here in Victoria, and certainly I saw some of it in New South Wales, I genuinely believe that certain things were done as an experiment in how compliant the population is.
How can we scare the fuck out of everybody so that we rule the roost?
Basically.
And it did scare me. But here's the thing. I am a homebody. I have Asperger's. I'm not really social. I don't really go to town for much, all except for shopping. I'm not out visiting. I'm not doing... The lockdown was basically my life anyway. Yet they scared the crap out of me.
It was heaven for introverts, if not for the fact that, they were doing everything they could to publish, this many people have died today, and this many, that would, honestly, I found that the most disgusting and disturbing part of it was that there were daily death counts. Like, that was so unnecessary. You can publish that information on the website. That doesn't need to be plastered across everybody's news to keep everybody terrified every night.
Right, because like we have a flu season every year and the death counts are pretty high for that too, regardless, before even COVID. So nobody was being scared out of their freaking couches over that shit prior to this operation, whatever it was. But nonetheless, that was the reason that I turned off mainstream media, because they did scare me. It was effective. It made me afraid of, my own neighborhood, my own people in my own neighborhood. It made me afraid to step outside my own freaking front door. I was like, it's time to stop watching this crap, and left it turned off. But anyway, that's what the mainstream media is doing to themselves. They are doing it to themselves. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. that they are dying in the arse, and indie media is becoming the preferred avenue for most ordinary people who aren't brainwashed yet.
Mhm.
And
That's the other reason that it's going to suck so badly, because they're going to start getting government handouts at some point as well, because the government wants either the controlled opposition or they want the mouthpiece. I mean, that's why we still have the ABC. It was supposed to be an unbiased news corporation, and goddamn if it is just a left-wing propaganda machine these days.
yeah, that's it. Auntie died in the arse. For those who don't realise, your ABC and our ABC are two completely different things. Your ABC is, I think, a commercial organisation. Our ABC is a government-funded.
It's PBS.
Right. It's a government-funded.
It's the American. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll shut up.
That's all right. We got a little delay, so but yeah, it belongs to us, the people. It doesn't belong to the government. It doesn't belong to a corporation. But a few years ago, probably 10 or 15 years ago, a filing cabinet fell off the back of a truck, like literally, and they found all this shit about the government and they published it. And the government went, yeah, right, if you don't, like, they actually raided the ABC offices. The federal police raided the ABC offices, and they basically took ABC away from us. And it's now a government organisation. So that's the story behind our public broadcaster, just so for those who don't know. But yeah. And also the rest of them are owned by that wrinkly old dude. What's his name again? Yes, thank you, Murdoch. So Murdoch's very much into the politics. He wants Australia run a specific way. He's a heavily politically supported conservative, and all of his news sucks anyway. I fucking hate him. I hate the guy. I hate the way everything has gone. That's why I leave it disconnected. I don't have a connection to it anymore. So, all right. I think we are. If you can believe it, PBS or NPR and PBS are supposed to have balanced coverage by law as well. They haven't been balanced since before I was born. That's pretty much it. Same story. Same kind of story. Thank you, Michelle.
Yep.
Murdoch is who I was thinking of. Wrinkly old nasty piece of work. I can't wait till he kicks a bucket, to be honest. I don't think we're going to be any better off because the sons will inherit, and they're pretty much in the same line of politics as him, aren't they?
I believe so, more or less. I mean, I've got a little bit more hope for Lachlan than I do his brother, but we'll have to wait and see, honestly.
Yeah, they're just too in the pocket of the government. They're not as independent as we need for news media. They're certainly not the fifth estate anymore, are they?
No, absolutely
yeah,
not.
And he came to the US.
They're not independent. They don't.
He did the same in the UK as well, if that makes you feel any better. He also owns most of UK rags as well. So just to wrap up, just bring that conversation back around, it's good that the indie media has brought to the attention of lawmakers in Massachusetts what they need to change. And I feel like this federal ruling has given it some wings, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can certainly hope so. I mean, if they're able to at least bring it up, and I mean, it needs attention. Basically, it needs to be brought to the attention of the people. And that's where I was actually going with the whole commercial media before. Is that, I mean, imagine if you or I tried to put out contrary information to the public. What would be the best way that you or I would try and do that at the moment that would reach the most number of people? We would need to. We would try and use something through the mainstream media, but we would not be successful because it's still a business. They get to pick and choose what's published and what isn't.
Yeah.
So it's not as if we can publish anything that's contrary to any narrative. And if in Massachusetts, for example, Aidan was not able to be putting this information out, I mean, God forbid, imagine if this, along with, say, for example, the Depp Heard trial. Imagine if that had been closed door and we were relying solely on the local media to provide us with information about it.
What are you talking about?
Karen would have been screwed.
Chuck luck. I can say dickhead.
Sorry?
I can say dickhead on this stream. Sorry, I was just replying to a chatter. I can say dickheads. They're all dickheads. It gets a little upset when I say other things, but that one I can say.
Fair enough.
Like people are saying unalived because they want to keep their YouTube streams, monetized and happy and healthy. I agree with the comments in the chat about that, like that you have to use 2-year-old language to be able to stream stuff. Like it's getting to an extreme where the very basic language, you can't say the R word in relation to crime, you can't say the D word in relation to crime, you can't show what the court's showing publicly to streaming out to these public broadcasters like Court TV and stuff. They're showing you what's being shown in court, John O'Keefe's arm and autopsy photos and stuff like that. You can't even do that if you're not one of them.
No, exactly. All right, I'm about to enter the dead zone near my office, so I will love you and leave you.
Enjoy the dead zone.
Will do. Thanks so much for having me in chat, as always.
Thank you for joining us.
Stay healthy, wealthy, wise.
Thank you for joining
You're very
us,
welcome.
Aidan. And I will put your link in the chat. Are we putting your new link or your old link? Which one are we advertising today?
The old one's fine. The old channel's fine. I'm still going to try and bash my way through whatever restrictions YouTube's putting on me. The new channel's more of a backup, and if I need be, then I'll switch over to that. But no,
All right.
if we can do the main channel, that's fine. Okay.
So for those who enjoyed the banter with Hayden today, please do go and sub to his channel. He's very worth listening to and interesting, and he's covering the Karen Reid trial, gavel to gavel, just like between work hours. So
yeah, on the way to
Thanks
and from
again.
work where I can, and when I'm not covering trials, I'm basically covering batshit crazy news stories and legal cases from laughter, which I'm starting to have a little bit more fun with in the car as well. So, but stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, folks, and I'll catch you all later.
You too, Aidan. Bye. All right. Here we go, boys and girls. We didn't have a lot of talk about court today because I literally slept through it all. So maybe let me have a look here. Kev's sending me messages. Kev, do you want to come up and talk about what you can recall on court today? To wrap up with? Let me get a yes or a no. Hey. Boing. All right, you're up. Turn your mic on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
You caught up with court today. I'm still. I think I caught a little bit of cross-examination by Alessi this morning, but I'm not totally caught up. So
Yeah, I was kind of in a bad zone today. I was watching and looking, but not listening and seeing, if you know what I mean. The biggest takeaways was the Vadir at the start and Alessi, Bev not allowing Alessi to bring up Trooper Paul or Scotty Bellows reports and Welcher's references to them. But he did a great job of creating a record, and again, I think it's an appellate issue.
So they opened court again today with more Alessi Boadia. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Welcher, yeah. But you know the reference that was made yesterday to Trooper Paul's report?
Yes.
And whether Welcher had relied on it or used it.
So she ruled against them. Wow.
Yeah, Alessi wanted to question Welcher on Trooper Paul and his report and what parts of it he relied on or used, and Bev denied it. So I think that's I forget the term now. It's an appellate issue.
Apparently, your mic's transmitting in mono.
Okay. Just give me 1
It
second.
is at my end too. So,
Audio.
well, that's interesting because I feel like Bev's making a little bit of a misstep there because it was part of trial 1.0. So why can't Alessi put it on? Why can't Alessi bring it in? She's not really.
Yeah, well, I think what's going to have to happen now is Alessi's going to have to bring in Trooper Paul.
Yay.
I think the point he wants to prove is the conflict between Trooper Paul's report and Welch's report.
Right, because I think they switched a few things. They switched the key cycle number or something.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what it was that was switched. I'd need to do a bit of homework on that. But I do know that there's serious conflicts between the two reports. Trooper Paul was caught with his trousers down first trial.
Right, Better pointed out that there was some conflicts in them too. So
yeah, it's disgraceful. Everybody, like, the reaction in the chat today was predictable. The amount of people that used the C word
right.
was phenomenal. You know, it was basically along. Of course you deny it, Bev. You know.
Yep. What did you learn from Runkle today, Tracy? Judson is a snake oil salesman. I agree, Chuck. Absolutely agree. So I don't actually know why Judge Bev is saying that. Did she state any supporting case law or anything, or did she just say overruled?
She didn't. She just said no, denied. That was it. End of. There was no explanation, no qualification, no nothing. Moving swiftly on, as they say.
Okay, let me ask.
There was. You could tell by the look on Alessi's face, he was not one bit pleased, and there was an immediate sidebar when she made her decision. So whatever transpired there, again, I assume they were up making additional record. But you could clearly see on the entire defence team, not just Alessi, but Alessi was super pissed.
Right. Well, the point is that Trooper Paul's 1.0 report actually proves inconsistency and fabrication. That's why Judge Bev doesn't want it in. But I can't see any viable case law that supports her making that decision. Let me just check. What case law supports her ruling? So let me just read what I've found so far. So Trooper Paul's vehicle record spreadsheet was substituted for actual data. So we know it was a spreadsheet. It wasn't the actual data that they drew from the text stream. We also heard Welcher say there was a ton more data. But have they given that to the defense? Have the defense got all the other data? I guess we'll find out if they're going to open with Matthew Segura. Is that his name? I've forgotten it already. If they're going to open with him, it sounds like they're probably going to have a go at whether it's text stream, whether it's EDR data, whether the spreadsheet, whether or not the defense actually got a lot of data. If they got more data, then they might be able to compare other data points with other 3-point turns and throw a heap of doubt on that. But I don't know what the defense got, so we're just going to have to wait till tomorrow to see what that is. But the key cycle events without the timestamps, we might be seeing where the timestamps are actually stored if they did get more data than just Trooper Paul's reports. His summaries make assumptions that the defense can now disprove with text stream analysis. But not only that, His summary puts the incident at 12:45. His summary puts the incident at I think it's a different key cycle. So it should be allowed to be entered into evidence. So I don't know how else they can get it in, but I will ask the AI that. I wanted to know what case law supports that ruling.
Well, she didn't give any, so it literally was just your motions denied. End of.
Yeah, she's
And
got to
the-
actually
and
write
the-
that though. Give me 1 second. I've got to blow my nose.
Yeah. Okay.
You've got the floor for 2 seconds.
They also covered today the photograph of Karen's vehicle reversing into John O'Keefe's. It was the photograph that Welcher used to show that the tail light couldn't have cracked. And he brought up Photoshop. He was showing how the pixelation wasn't consistent throughout the images, which it should have been. And he also struck on the self-leveling suspension. He made the point that Karen's vehicle automatically below a certain speed will drop down to its lowest setting. And when it's cruising above 20 miles per hour, it raises up to, I think it's 5 inches. Welcher had only allowed a difference of 1.5 inches. Somebody in chat might correct me for that.
Yep, that sounds right. That was the bit that I did actually catch.
Yeah, so that's a huge thing, the 5 inches, because
It
if he has in
hotly
fact,
debated on X yesterday, so I was very surprised to see it come up today. And it kind of proves that they are watching what we're all talking about.
yeah, somebody in chat said unless he must have been watching Turtle Boy last night or something. Turtle Boy must have been discussing it. I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was all over X as well. So here's what Kearney could cite as superficial justification for her ruling today. Commonwealth versus Smith, 404 Massachusetts, 1989. This case confirms that the trial judge has broad discretion over the admission of evidence, including whether to allow prior consistent statements or documents, especially if authentication or hearsay concerns exist. But this discretion isn't absolute, and that's the problem for Kearney. There's also Commonwealth versus Domonte, 427 Massachusetts, 1988. This supports the principle that reports not entered into evidence or authenticated can be excluded unless they're being used to impeach the witness on the stand. Here's the thing, they were entered into evidence in trial 1.0, and things that occurred in trial 1.0 are fair game in trial 2.0. They were authenticated because they were entered by Trooper Paul, and unless he's trying to use them to impeach the witness, to impeach Welcher. So if Trooper Paul testifies differently than his prior report, which it wasn't Trooper Paul, the defense has a right to confront him with it. But she's not trying to block that because it's Welcher that he's trying to impeach with it. So I will look into that a little further. But what actually counters her ruling, and this is real leverage for the defense, is Chambers versus Mississippi 284 1973 landmark SCOTUS case that says the exclusion of trustworthy material exculpatory evidence violates the due process clause of the 14th Amendment. We've heard this one before. If Kearney blocks Paul's reports while allowing new expert opinions to go unchallenged, she's denying due process. That's what that one means. Davis versus Alaska, 1974. The right of cross-examination, including the ability to expose a witness's bias, motive, or prior inconsistent statements. So that's blocking the Sixth Amendment right to confrontation. The Massachusetts Evidence Rule 613B, and she's big on these MASH rules of evidence, prior inconsistent statements. So Welcher hasn't made prior inconsistent statements, but the Commonwealth certainly has. And he's representing the Commonwealth's narrative. So that's what we've got there. Basically, it's not judicial discretion, it's judicial sabotage.
100%, 100%, and that's why I'm convinced it's an appellate issue. You could tell by Alessi's reaction; he knows it's a bad decision,
Yeah.
and it was an outrageous decision. But time will out, as they say. There was another issue raised, something about the glass. I can't remember what exactly they were discussing. I was a bit distracted. About the different shards of glass and the piece found on the bumper,
Right.
and the comparison with the waterfall.
Right.
What else? What else did they discuss? I should start taking notes. Confirmation bias came up, and they were trying to ask him about what confirmation bias was. Brennan kept referring to data. Like, data is not confirmation bias. It's your result that is influenced by confirmation bias. And Alessi did a good job of making that point.
He does a good job. He's surgical. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. And Welcher was, as usual, a facetious prick. And that's the image he left to stand with. Even the way he signed off in the box with the judge, everybody in the courtroom laughed at him.
So in the context where Welcher is using Paul's report, and Kearney is allowing prosecution experts to quote or rely on that report, but she's blocking the defense from entering the same report into evidence or confronting it directly, then she is still denying the right to confront evidence being used against the defendant. Why this violates the Confrontation Clause, Crawford versus Washington 2004, the Sixth Amendment guarantees a criminal defendant the right to confront the witness and testimonial evidence presented against them, and not calling true Paul is not a good excuse if this expert is using his report. If the Commonwealth is introducing Paul's conclusions through Welcher, a surrogate, and Paul himself is not available for cross-examination, then what Kearney has done is called a Crawford violation, named after Crawford versus Washington rule. I'm sorry, not rule. Clause. Sorry, precedent. That's the word I was after. Evidence being snuck in through an expert is not allowed. So there you go.
Alessi referred to the watch today.
What did he say?
Asked him to stop looking at his watch, and he removed the watch.
See, they are watching X. They know. They know what's going on.
Yeah. Sorry,
That's
that was a major one I've overlooked.
We don't necessarily have much confirmation that they were watching X. I have sent them messages that have ended up coming up in different conversations. That's not really confirmation. They could have thought those things themselves. But now we're starting to see some confirmations, right? Like, especially the watch. They're kind of giving us the thumbs up. Keep going, crowd. Keep going with the crowd investigations, crowdsource investigations.
It's tough because in the morass of the internet, because God knows there's enough opinions out there, and they're far-reaching and very differing from one end to the other. So it's a monumental task to try and sift through it all. But I suppose it's easy to narrow it down to the ones that are reliable, that are coming up with reasonable argument and possible evidence. I have no doubt the interns, or some of the interns, have been tasked with that, keeping an eye on the social media to see what's coming up.
Right. So the next thing I want to know is if the defense can bring it in some other way. Something went wrong. We have a problem, Houston. Can the defense bring it in another way? It lost it. I have to write it again.
Can the defense bring in which another way? The Trooper Paul issue?
Yeah, like calling Trooper Paul, for example. I mean, that's.
Well, I think that's what's going to have to happen. Well, I'm not sure if they're allowed to call him. I'm assuming they can, but his report isn't in evidence, which makes me question whether they can or not.
to introduce it through a different witness. The defense can bring it in through a tech stream expert, Segura, or one of the ARCA guys, a digital forensic analysis, ARCA, a law enforcement trainer or oversight authority. Well, that FBI guy, what's his name, Easter, would have been handy there. In preparing your analysis, did you review Trooper Paul's VHC report? That's exactly what he tried with this one, but they can do it in their own case in chief. So once the witness says yes and confirms it informed them, then it becomes admissible as the basis for expert opinion. I'm not sure that they wanted Trooper Paul to be Trooper Paul's report to be opined on by their own experts, because that was the whole point of calling Welcher out for using it, because it shows his bias. So I think that you're going to have to call Paul. Better call Paul.
Better call Paul. Ha 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 ha. Very funny. Yeah, well, I think just taking Welcher on his own, I think the defense did a good job of completely undermining his testimony. I think Welcher's whole demeanor on the stand over the couple of days would turn anybody off. When you contrast that to how we know the ARCA boys will perform when they're on the stand, it'll be night and day. Like under pressure from Lally the last time, they were perfect gentlemen. There was no really bad. You could see the odd time where where he was getting under their skin a little, but the reactions were brilliant.
So if they put Paul on the stand, and this is going to happen with any of the Commonwealth witnesses who get called by the defence in their case in chief, it basically means that the Commonwealth witness becomes a defence witness on direct, not on cross. So the way that they're questioning has to change. And that means that they can't attack him with full-throated, to quote AJ, hostility right away. They have to build a foundation first. But once any of them make a material inconsistent statement, boom, Rule 607 kicks in. You can impeach your own witness if he is hostile or contradicts prior statements. So a lot of people have asked about this hostile witness business. It doesn't just mean it's the prosecution's witness being called by the defense. It actually means he literally has to act with hostility, or his prior statements contradict something that he's saying at that moment that they're questioning him. That's when that kicks in. So if Paul tries to play dumb or shifts position, I don't know that he's very good at playing dumb. I think he just is dumb, but we'll see. The defense can confront him with his trial 1.0 report and use his prior sworn testimony and introduce his VCH spreadsheets and compare them to what Burgess and Welcher are now claiming. And this is really important, I think, for the defense to trap Trooper Paul into his 12:45 a.m. timeline, because we know that was blown out of the water mid-trial last trial. It actually changed the time by the end of trial in his closing statements. Now, midway through this trial, they've changed the time again. So this has to be I think Trooper Paul has to be put on the stand. What do you reckon?
Yeah, 100%. He has to be put on the stand.
That's the only way they're going to address this shifting timeline, because
it'll show that when you contrast it with the timing of bringing in Aperture to do the report. Why was Trooper Paul excluded from testifying this time? It's all going to build up to show the jury that, hold on, there's a lot of shenanigans going on here. Like, you have a trooper there being paid in excess of 200 grand a year, who's supposed to be a specialist and an expert in crash reconstruction.
See, I wouldn't even waste my time asking him about that. The only thing I would ask him is, what time did the collision happen? 12:45. Oh, okay, fine, thank you. You're excused. Bye bye.
Yeah, but I think
easy as that.
And driving the nails home, is to use an expression. It's one of the things that the defence will try to do. I'm convinced of it. They are going to try and show that the entire jigsaw puzzle to the jury. That here you have this crash expert from the Massachusetts police, did a crash report. He was used first trial around. He was found to be not credible and seriously flawed. They went out then and they got this other agency, Aperture, who, in the first time in their history, amended their report mid-trial to suit the narrative.
Have contracts with D.A. Morrissey's office already.
Yeah. So when you start building all those layers one on top of the other, no reasonable person sitting in the jury could sit down and say, well, hold on, this Commonwealth case is trustworthy, especially in relation to the experts, the crash reconstructionists.
Right.
And then you bring in ARCA and you eviscerate them. Like another issue that came up today too, and I don't know if you remember, Alessi was supposed to be allowed, and I use inverted commas here, a robust cross-examination of Welcher as a cure to some other issue. I can't remember which one. And she did everything in her power to prevent him from doing that. So I would love to know what recourse Alessi has if they were given a cure to something and the judge then stops that from happening. Do you understand what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. I would love to know what recourse Alessi has on that issue.
I'm just going to update this AI just to put this into memory. The point is, Paul said the BCH data shows the impact happened at 12:45 a.m. Then ADA Lally changed the timeline by closing arguments in trial 1.0. Now Brennan has changed the timeline again mid-trial 2.0. Let's get that into memory, stored in memory. We'll call it the timeline shapeshifters. How's that?
Yeah, when I'm replying to anyone bringing up any of the trolls talking about Brennan or whatever, I always use the time warp. Do you remember the movie, the Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Let's do the time warp.
Yeah. So there's a gif of them doing the dance, and the banner says, "Let's do the time warp again."
Right.
So that's my favorite gift to use for trolling them.
All right. So that's stored in memory, but we got a little sort of summary of what's going on between Paul Lally's closing argument, Hank Brennan's mid-trial time warp. What this means for the defense, this is textbook prosecutorial backpedaling. You can't have a cop swearing an impact occurred at 12:45. The ADA saying, oh, well, maybe not. And another lawyer mid-trial saying, whatever, look at these scratches and just get on with it. I like the humor that AI has taken on lately. We're on a new version of ChatGPT, and it's actually pretty funny, some of the shit that it says. But what it didn't talk about is wait, this is all based on data that shouldn't be changing, right?
Sorry, I was muted there. Yeah, it shouldn't be changing. It shouldn't be allowed. The judge should be saying, hold on a hell of a second here. What are you doing?
Right, this is something she should be pulling up.
She should be pulling it up. You can't. What's your story here? You've come in with case A. Now it's case A.1. Now it's a case B, C. Like how that's allowed to happen just baffles me.
If it's immutable and it's a diagnostic snapshot of crash events, surely she can fit this in her fucking pea brain. Logged by the vehicle at time of triggering, it should not change. She knows that. We know that. Yet somehow it's fucking changing. I mean, I have to give Brennan credit. He gave a better excuse for the change, whereas Lally didn't even try to excuse it. At least Lally put someone on the stand to say, oh, the reason we're changing is because of all this, time drift garbage.
Yeah, Lally just slid it in, and it was just people picking it up that he did it.
The chat GPT says, let's be real, VCH is not a mood ring. Like I said, it comes up with some funny shit sometimes. What this means for the defence is if the original report, True Paul's, clearly said 12:45 a.m. and the Commonwealth is now walking away from that, even if you add their little time drift of what was it, 20 to 29 seconds, you're still not matching Trooper Paul's original 12:45 a.m. claim, which he pulled from that VCH data. Then you're basically saying, oh, that the VCH data evolved. No, it didn't. It stayed the same the whole time. So I think Segura is going to help us. I had always thought that Wolf, being fully qualified to talk about the Toyota tech stream data, would be the one, but I didn't realize the significance of what Segura. He's not just a forensic data specialist, that he's actually specific to reading vehicle data. Now I know that it feels better, because you know how everyone's been saying, why don't they just get Toyota on the stand? Well, they got the next best thing, didn't they?
Yeah. You don't need. It's for the ordinary Joe blogs. You would think bringing in the Lexus guy is going to be the thing. But even the Lexus guy is going to struggle at a forensic level.
I think DeSoga is going to be fine with it, because he can say what real VCH data should look like. He can tell us what's the difference between the text stream that they claim this data is from and what the EDR recorder is that it is actually from. How the timestamps work, how to actually calculate where these events actually occurred by matching their timestamps and their row and record numbers and database numbers, primary keys and stuff in the databases to glue it all back together again. So that's what I think. Segura is going to be very instrumental in explaining that to the jury, I think.
Yeah. I can't wait for the defense's case. I think, given their performance in the prosecution's case, I think we're going to see a very different approach.
Totally off topic, but that is so fucking cool. K9. My parents bought a telephone booth as they loved Doctor Who. It was so embarrassing when growing up. What? Embarrassing? I would have thought it was the coolest thing on the planet. I still do. As a kid and even as an adult, I would have been yay. Sorry for interrupting you. What were you saying?
I lost my train of thought there.
Right.
Just something else that popped into my head there is, where's the dog expert that the Commonwealth were supposed to call? Is he only being used now as a rebuttal against Garrett Wing and Dr. Russell?
Probably, I'd say so. I don't know what order things happen in here. Like,
see, I have a feeling he's a dead duck ever since Bev denied the use of the cast. I think that was Brennan's only stick was this cast, and since he's not allowed to use it, his expert is no longer required.
Let me find out what order this is supposed to go in. Almost nailed it. All right. The full sequence is the prosecution's case in chief, which we just finished, the defense's case in chief, and then the Commonwealth's rebuttal to the defense's case in chief, and then the surrebuttal, which is rare, but the defense may be allowed a surrebuttal. So if they want to rebut the Commonwealth's rebuttal, and then we'd have closing arguments. I hope we go the full sequence, the full 5 steps this time. The last time we kind of ended after the case in chief and went straight to closing arguments. I want to see the other 2 steps, the Commonwealth's rebuttal, then the defense's surrebuttal, and then closing arguments. I want to see the whole fucking thing. It's because we're on trial 2. I want to see the whole fucking thing. It says it's rare for the surrebuttal So the judge might overrule it and not allow it. Judges rarely allow it, but it's a legal option if the rebuttal goes rogue. And she'd want to come up with some pretty good fucking excuses that she's going to try and stop them. But I feel like because it's trial 2.0, it's probably going to happen. But nonetheless, we are going to have the defences. We're going to have at least the rebuttal to the Commonwealth witnesses. So you could be right about the Commonwealth's dog expert rebutting Garrett Wing and Dr. Russell.
Yeah, I think, well, he clearly wasn't called in the case in chief, so if he is still on the list, that must be the only reason they're calling him.
Oh my God, K9, your oldies are fucking cool. Trekkies as well. I'm a bit of a Trekkie myself. And Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy fan. I do some of those themes in some of my videos. Okay, so the K9 dude is actually the ex-RSPCA on TV ads in Australia for 8 years. There you go. The info that they said, no microchip, no ID, or consistent vet records of Chloe, easy to get DNA of the dog. Yeah, wouldn't it have been easier if they'd have swabbed his arm, his actual skin, for the DNA of the dog? Even though his skin even looked washed. I'm not sure they would have got it all out, but interesting indeedy. So welcome to our channel, Nathan. I want to nominate Judson Welsher for Twit of the Year. This is from Monty Python. Yes, Monty Python.
Well, I think Hayden voted him Prick of the Year or something.
Prick of the Year.
I'll tell you exactly. He has a post up on his X.
I love his nicknames for everybody. I love it. Like, people don't get it. They think that he's just being disrespectful, making up all these names. But it's the bottom line is he doesn't want to advertise them and give them acknowledgement. He doesn't want their channels, if they're podcasters or whatever, he doesn't want to give their channels advertising. So he just goes about it in the most humorous way possible. And I fucking love it. I love it.
I just sent you a link there.
Is that one of Aidan's? Looks like
that's Hayden. Yeah.
It's been reposted by a few, but hang on, let me switch over to it.
The Overlord. Oh, sorry, it's Brian LTL. So yeah.
Looks like everyone's sharing it, so it's hard to say where it originated from, but there you go. Just a humor chuck there. They found pig DNA from pig treats. Yeah, what's the go with that? Since you're the dude, what is the go with that? I know that big dogs destroy toys and treats like hardcore in seconds. And I know a lot of people who, like here in Australia, especially hunting dogs and stuff, they will give them pig's ears and stuff because they're harder. They take long to destroy, basically, or eat, as the case may be.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever said that it was definitively from pig treats. Just that there was pig DNA, and there was a lot of speculation that it was from pig treats.
Right, but can it be proved that dogs and pig treats? Can it be proved that Chloe was given those pig treats?
Again, I think it's one of those chasing shadows things. It's a question,
Yeah, that's why I'm asking the RSPCA guy here. I figured he'd know. But or suggest that they have the power of 1.21 gigatwits. I stole that from somewhere, but it's still good. 1.21 gigatwits. For the life of me, I don't understand why an expert is needed to identify obvious canine bites. Well, that's just how the court works, basically. You can have laymen do it. It doesn't have to be expert. You can have a layman do it, which I think Garrett Wing would probably... I don't know. Is Garrett Wing being brought in as a layman or an expert? I forget.
He's been brought in as an expert, as far as I'm aware.
So a dog ate a sausage. Shock horror.
Um, well, he is owned by a farmer cop, so it could have been just from licking his owner. But anyway, boom, boom.
K9 says pig ear treats all round. I lived in the USA for 3 years. NE Maine. NE is what? NE, which state was New York, Maine? Isn't Maine? I forget where Maine is. The reasonable doubt, right? You can just give it reasonable doubt. You don't literally have to prove it, right? You can just add to the list of reasonable doubt. Well, here's the thing. Garrett Wing trains dogs. He can say, I'll give them pig's ears for treats, couldn't he?
Yeah, the pig treats are very common. I've used them all the time.
Right. He could just say,
Pig's ears.
I give them pig's ears for treats because they're big dogs and they destroy their toys so quickly. Scotty
Well,
Bell.
a big dog like Chloe would go through one of those pig's ears in a couple of seconds, a couple of chews. They wouldn't last pissing time.
Yeah.
Using Irish expression.
Completely agree with Fern's mum here. Scotty Bello dropped the ball. There was a lot of shit she should have swabbed and she didn't. Oh, Northeast Maine. Thank you. Some of you are a little more caught up in the stream than others, but yeah. XRSPCA, K9 says. Nathan says, I was a whistleblower against them also. SBS Insight, a tail end. The court even here have to have an expert to define bites or scratches. That's true. We discussed this with Hayden yesterday. I've had cases where no dog bite and scratching.
I'm assuming Nate's in the UK. Are you, Nate, from the
No, Australia, he said.
Oh, did he? So it's the Royal Society in Australia as well.
The Royal, I forget what
Society, Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals.
That's it.
It's an interesting one. But yeah, we have
New
the
England is
ASPCA.
any. All right, now I don't fucking know where Maine is.
Maine is in America. It's north of Boston. I think it's.
So it's New England, Maine. Okay.
New England, yeah, it's on the coast, isn't it?
Northeast. He said he wrote it as northeast of Maine, which is in New England as well. So it's all the same thing. Or treats made of bacon. Pig ears should work since that is possible. Possible could be maybe are all over the prosecution's case. Speculation is fine in that trial. I think so. Cokeberry says my spaniel eats pig's ears. As a little tiny dog. I bet you your little tiny dog doesn't devour them as quickly as a big dog does, but I know some dogs just swallow them whole. They don't even bother chewing on them.
Yeah, I had a dog used to do that. Literally just wolf it down, swallow in one go.
You go to all the trouble. I had a Rottweiler. You go to all the trouble of getting them this treat that they can actually chow down on for a little while instead of chewing your shoes, and they just go gulp and continue chewing your shoes.
The only thing I could get that would work is those giant bones. You know, the smoked bones that they do. They're huge.
Right.
But even at that, he used to chew through it in days. Most dogs it would last a month or so, but this fella, a couple of days, and the thing was gone.
All right. So Maine is northeast New England. So they're both NEs. N-E-N-E. Maine, N-E-N-E. We've sorted that out now. We all know where we are. It's more than likely it was a piggy ear that Chloe was chewing on because she's such a big dog, and it is a common treat for big dogs, right? In Australia, we actually wrap them up so that they look like a bone. Where we sell them in the pet stores, we actually like roll them and wrap them so that they look like a bone, kind of. So,
well, there is another type that looks like a pig ear. It's kind of, I think it's made from sinew or something. Nate might pipe in and tell me what they're made of. They're the same thing. It looks like a pig's ear rolled up, but it's not. It's something else. It's some other part of the animal.
yeah.
They're basically chew treats. You see bones made of them. They make a shape of a bone too. They tie the knots on either end to make it look like a bone.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think the most likely person to just throw that in there as a curveball would be Garrett Wing. So I don't know, Michelle. We've gotten to the point where cutting the tip off means multiple things. Trial, rubbing the tip and doing things like that has a whole new meaning in this trial. But anyway, her dog eats the pig ears as well. She devours it in seconds. There you go.
Yeah, yeah. It's there's an old Irish joke about that, but I won't go into it. Um, it's a,
Canine pig ears in 30 seconds, eaten in 30 seconds to a few minutes, most dogs. There you go. Glop. Down the hatch. But for the pig ear DNA to be on his shirt, the dog had to have chewed on it for a little while. Like it had to have been on its teeth. So German Shepherd's prone to torsion pig products, for chew is best. Tracy's telling us raw beef rawhide can be a cause of portion due to hard to digest. Cause of what? Torsion. I don't know.
where am I looking?
You're gonna have to say it again in English because we're talking dog language now.
Yeah, torsion. Yeah, torsion. I see it there now.
To see those bites on his arm and see a question of a bite or not got me involved. The product talking about is rawhide. Oh, the product I'm talking about, that they make it look like a bone.
Yeah, the pig's ear rolled up. It's rawhide. Yeah, that's the stuff.
Most doggy chews are made of pig. There you go. They probably didn't take care of Chloe's teeth. You know what I mean? Clean them. I don't know anyone who cleans the dog's teeth. You're saying that you actually sit there with a toothbrush and clean your dog's teeth?
Yeah, people do that now.
There's
It
chews
used
for
to
that.
be, yeah, you used to get chews for that, but I suppose it's to do with the diet.
Cause of
remember seeing
torsion, stomach twisting. Got you, Tracy. Yes. Causes death fast. There you go. Well, I also understand that chocolate's not good for dogs. So I found out years after giving chocolates to dogs.
Yeah, it's poisonous. It's in large amounts, but you shouldn't really give chocolate to your dog.
Right.
There's no need to. There's plenty of treats out there available to dog. Why would you risk giving them something that could be dangerous for them?
All right. I think we're burnt out. Are we done? Yes, if you don't, you're gonna incur a real big dentist bill for your pet. Well, no, they do it with chews here in Australia, Joanna. They give them like a dental chewy thing, and that's what cleans their teeth. I buy them chews shaped like a toothbrush just to make you feel like you're doing it. That's funny. So
I think a lot of dog groomers now are starting to offer the service as well.
yeah. Doggies lose their teeth like at a certain age anyway, whether you're cleaning them or not. But most people I know here in Australia with dogs, like certainly us, we just use the chews. They do it themselves. I'm going to sit there and clean the doggy's teeth. I mean, these aren't purse dogs that we're talking about. My dad is a dentist and used to clean one of his dog's teeth himself. Well, there you go. I expect that from a dentist. For the first 40 years of my 66 years, I never heard of cleaning a dog's teeth. Right.
Yeah, it's the diet. It's the overly processed foods that they're being fed. I remember seeing a documentary before where a fella came across a wolf in the wild, and it was an old wolf, and he looked at its teeth, and the teeth were in pristine condition. And he went on then to make the point about domestic animals and the crap that we feed them.
It's the crap that we feed them. But if you're feeding your dog raw meat, which we mostly do, marrow, bones, chew toys, all that sort of shit, fluoride chews and all that sort of shit.
Like I've heard it said that you shouldn't feed your animal raw food. You can give them, you can hit their prey drive. Maybe Nick could correct me on that. It could be just an old waves tale.
Well, I would say if you're feeding them food that's not been bloodlet, probably, but it is healthier to feed them raw food than cooked food.
Well, it would be the natural state. You would think you're giving them raw food.
When they taste blood, that's an issue. Like if they're like our dog did, killing the neighbour's chooks, for example, giving the taste of blood like that, that's probably triggering something. But
it's a big issue here. Sheep worrying, as they call it here, for the dogs chasing sheep and causing them to miscarry their lambs. It's a major issue here.
You would be shocked, Ozzy. Some people feed their dogs with a spoon. Lots do clean their dog's teeth and have a whole $1 million industry now in dog dental. I personally don't, but yeah, just give them a chew. Give them a chew with fluoride in it and let them go. He did everything with him during my parents' divorce. My dog wants to eat cats. Most of them do, I'm afraid, Friend's mum. Generally, they have to grow up with a cat from puppy to be acceptable of cats. So, but anyway, there you go. We learned a lot about doggies today. Invariably befuddled. Did what? Fed the doggy chews or brushed its teeth? Give bones to clean them. You give them bones to clean them once a week or so. The raw food versus cooked diet is the same as politics. Healthy is relative to where the food came from is the main thing. Right, so growing up, all our dogs just got raw meat. We caught the roos ourselves, we bloodlet them ourselves, and we fed them to them ourselves. And then we ate their tails in root tail stew.
Yummy.
Oh, it's delicious. Seriously, you cannot beat a root tail stew. You have to
Well, I have eaten ostrich. Or sorry, not ostrich, emu. I've eaten emu.
Right. The common stew is oxtail stew. So eating the cow's tail. It's very jelly, kind of yummy jelly meat. But a roo's tail is, if you can get used to the slight gamey flavour that roo has, the roo tail is way juicier and jellier. I don't know how to explain it. It's so yummy. Roo tail's way better than oxtail. Oxtail has a lot more sinew in it than roo tail.
Yeah. So when you say gamey taste, you mean something along the lines of lamb, or are you talking more along the lines of something like liver or kidneys or?
Well, I'm talking probably, you know, if you eat lamb, that's got a lamb flavor. But if you eat an old freaking ram or something like that, it's got that gamey flavor. It's like that.
Right.
Or like deer. Deer's also got that. Actually, it's probably closer to deer, that gamey flavor that you have with deer.
Okay, venison. Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, I've eaten venison. Oh, I would eat absolutely anything. I would try it once.
I'm not sure about ostrich. You know, my dad put me off eating birds. I'm okay with chicken, but it was actually chickens where he put me off. No, actually, it was a turkey. Pretty sure it was a turkey. Anyway, it was turkey, chopped its head off for Christmas right there in front of us kids, and it ran around with no head for like ages and spat blood all over us. And none of us have ever eaten turkey or ostrich, anything other than chicken since. So,
People are too divorced from the actual process of the production of their food.
Yeah, right.
I'm a big believer of that.
Well, I grew up, like I said, where we, grabbed the roos ourselves. We shot them and bloodlet them and cut them up ourselves and fed them to the dogs and even ate their tails. But in my older age, I can't do any of that shit anymore. I can't eat it afterwards. There was this one point where my ex-husband's family had bought Rodney the pig, and Rodney was really attached to his father and followed him around like a dog in the yard all the time, and like became a family pet. And then he was like, I don't know, we're gonna just like slice Rodney up for Christmas dinner now. Would you like some Rodney trotters? I'm like, not a fucking chance.
I remember when we were in the pub, my father landed home one day out of the blue with a lamb as a present for my sister, my young sister. She was only about maybe 10 at the time, 9 or 10. And
Please
we had
do.
a small garden out the back, kept the lamb, grew the lamb to a certain size. And then my father came out one day, took Emma. We had a name on the lamb, can't remember the name, and she used to go out and pet it every day and play with it. And my father took her out one day, loaded the lamb in the car, and they disappeared. And they came back several hours later with a load of bags, vacuum sealed. He took me down to my sister with him to go and get the lamb butchered and made her stand there and watch. My sister was fine about the whole thing.
Didn't have quite the same effect as it did on us kids, huh?
No, she went on then to start raising animals and keep animals herself, and she's reared pigs, and she fattens them up over the year and then butchers them for Christmas. And
Yeah, see, I can't do that shit anymore. I'm over it. I'm done with that. I think I just rather have my meat in a package now. I don't have to look at that shit. I don't know what happened. Like, I just got such a weak stomach as I grew older. Ozzy, I would love to do a video link for you and your supporters. Please do, K9. Please do. I also grew up on a property. Now I have so many dogs that I often get a combine of food. We can chat about this case on dog bites. Sure. You can come up and chat now if you want. We were going to wrap up the stream, but if you got more to say, you know.
yeah, I'm good to hang on for a while.
We're not opposed to doing an 8-hour stream here.
We just refuse to compete with the glare and go beyond 11.
I don't know. I've already done past that, haven't I?
I think 11. I think 11 is your longest one that I know of. There could be a longer one there somewhere.
Oh my God, Michelle. See, that's kind of what happened to my daughter. She says, my sister had a cow. The kids named it Billy. One day the kids asked where Billy was, and they told her, you're eating him. This is what happened with my daughter. She went and watched that, what was the movie about the pig? Babe. She went and watched Babe at the cinema with a friend. And when she came home, she's like, what's for dinner, Mum? And I was like, Babe. She's like, no fucking way. I'm like, yeah, that's what we're having for dinner, babe. She's like, freaked the fuck out and went on a no meat diet, like vegetarian for, I don't know, all of 2 weeks. And then she realized the benefits of eating meat. She still has moments of vegetarianism every now and again, just as a gut cleanse or, you know, a health kick. But she learned very quickly that humans naturally fang for the meat. And she especially likes her bacon.
Yeah, Michelle's saying she doesn't like duck. I absolutely adore duck. It used to be my Christmas dinner every year. It was just one whole duck. I wouldn't eat any veg, any starters, just a duck.
All right. So Nathan's coming up. We used to have to name our cattle Sheep Sausage, Patty and Steak, so we knew where they came from. That's the way to go. So that kids get the hint, right? That what they're eating in their meat pack is actually one of those things. But yeah. So yeah.
I will say one thing. I've been to an abattoir. I don't know if many people have been. It's not a nice place to go to. And if you were to see what goes on there, it's pretty gory. But I've seen the home version of it where people butcher at home. It's a very different thing.
Yeah.
It's just the industrial process is gruesome.
Yeah. Here we go. Here's Nate. How's it going, Nate? You're gonna turn the stream off because we can hear the. You gotta turn the stream off in the background. Yeah, you got it. At least we know you. Oh, come back. Come back. Ah, it's all right. He'll get used to it. He'll work it out. We're all bushies around here, wrangling the fucking techno shit. Good night, Corn Pope. Thanks for coming by. Come back, Nate. Come back. Come back.
Good night, Compo.
Rabbit. Oh yeah, see, I don't think I like Rabbit either. It seems like such an awful. Hang on, I missed the wrong. I clicked the wrong thing. Here we go. He's back. He's not back. He's back. Here we go. Hey, Nate. We got you now?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear? Yep, we can hear you now.
Yep.
Dead set bogan accent there. Oh, I don't know. Your reception is a little bit touchy. Hello. Yep, reception is bad out there, dude. Maybe if you turn your video off. So if you hit the video, the camera button in the interface here and just turn your camera off, it might actually be a bit less stress on your connection. He's kind of frozen up on us. Come back. Well, there we go. Not working. If I just take him off the stage, he can see that it's not. You there? Slowly, kinda. He's wearing green and gold. He is.
That's my county colours.
Right. Try turning your camera off, Nate. The little camera button just underneath where you can see yourself. If you turn your camera off, it'll be less stress on your connection, and it might run a little. It will get your audio at least. Wow, thought my connection was bad. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Fern's mum. Got a grip there, Nate? Do we need to throw you an anchor? Nope, it's not working. Yeah, when I kicked him off the stage and put him back on, it kind of fixed things. Let me have another go at that. Yeah, it's funny because I can see you gesturing and stuff backstage, but I can't get you up on. I can't get you up on the stream. It just keeps freezing on you. I can hear your dog. Talk to us.
Angel, can you stop the noise, please?
Yay! We can hear you. For a second. Yep.
Sorry, I can hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
You can't hear us. Is that what you're saying? Can you hear us? Nope, he can't hear us. That's why he had the stream going in the background so he could hear us. But clearly he can't. And I got everything turned on up this end. So, doggo stream. It's weird because we can hear the doggos. We can hear him, but he can't hear us. So, weird shit going on down under.
Yeah, I think turning the camera off is going to be the solution.
Yeah. Nate, turn your camera off. He can't hear us. Turn your camera off, Nate.
Yeah, he's got the thumb up there. I think he could hear.
Yeah, he can't hear us, but
How do I trying?
he lives in the bush, guys. So
Hear me
it's not a
and
great.
the dog barking? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Atticus, Finch,
Can you hear us?
Diana, relax. Banjo Patterson.
Now that's a mullet.
Banjo Patterson. That's a cool name for a dog. All right, I'm gonna knock him out and get him to like come into the chat so I can give him some instructions because he's got his sound turned off. He can't hear us. Bugger, Nate, just talk, dude. Pretend like we're not here. All right. Let's see if I just knock him off stage. He might come back if I do it that way. I don't think he was reading the chat either. He was just trying to get shit working. So, all right, now I got fucking something stuck. Get off the screen. Get off the screen. God damn it. Oh, I got shit going on at my end now. Business at the front, party at the back. Jesus. He's got a heap of dogs. So, sorry, Nate, that it's not working for you.
I think he said he had 11 dogs there.
Good with dogs, not tech. Yeah, knock the camera off. All good. Knock the camera off and just go with the audio, mate. I got something stuck on my screen now. What the fuck is going on? Get off the screen. Yes. It's covering up half my fair fucking dinkum, mate. Exactly. I got shit stuck on my screen, Kevy. I can't see all the chat. Okay, how do I do that? Once you're on the stage, hit the camera icon.
Yeah. It'll go red with a line through it.
I can't get rid of this stupid thing that's on my screen. Go away.
What's it doing? What's it doing?
Where I add people to the stage, it's stuck open and covering the chat. When that happened to me last night, I reset everything and it worked ish. That's right. So I can't.
But I think ours struggles with signal in a lot of places, doesn't it?
Right, he's way out bush. Like mine's much better because I found a spot on top of the water tank where it actually works. Mine wasn't so good to start with. For at least the first year, I was trying to stream and getting cut off every 5 seconds. But then I found a good spot for the satellite. He will definitely be on satellite, I would say.
Right, well, there he is now. He's reloading the link now and he'll turn the camera off. And only one dog is his and the rest are rescues.
Nice. All rescues. Hey, don't get rid of me. Yeah, I had to scroll back to find it, Coke Fairy. It was actually stuck on the screen. I couldn't, because I got this stupid overlay stuck on the screen. We're good. We can wait for him. He'll be here shortly. Interesting to find out what he thinks of the trial. He says he got involved because he is involved with dogs, and saw the same things. Well, pretty much the same story as our dog expert's going to tell us, isn't it? Isn't it? Garrett Wing.
Yeah, it's the same reason Dr. Russell came forward. She took one look at the wounds and said, no, that 100%
Yeah.
they were dog bites.
Yeah.
I do recommend to everybody that's listening to go back and watch Melanie Little's interview with Garrett Wing.
Yeah.
I think that's a fantastic interview.
Yeah. No, Compo, he can't hear anything. His audio is working towards us, even though it's a patchy connection, but he's not hearing us at his end. So he's got to work out how to get that working at his end first. Or we're just going to give up very soon. I don't blame him if he does. Like, 100-pound shepherd is enough for this old lady these days. Younger had 5 to 6 at a time. 11 would send me over the edge. I know. I have one dog here that's not even mine, and he drives me balmy every fucking night.
All right. Good night, Corn Pope.
All right, Corn Pope. Thank you. Thanks for offering too, by the way. Much appreciated. Does he think it was a dog bite or a car bite? Well, we'll find out in a minute. We shall find out when he gets here. I'm still.
Yeah, if that was a car bite, there'd be chunks of flesh and blood and DNA all over that taillight and those pieces of the taillight.
Yep.
There's no way you can tell me there's no DNA on those fragments, and yet a hair stuck to the back of that tailgate as long as it did, or they claim it did.
Yep. All right, Kerry, hang on for one shake while I quickly refresh my screen. If you stay connected, then it won't shut off the stream, and it will still let Nate join us. So I'm just going to quickly refresh my screen because it might be me causing some of these problems. I've obviously got issues going on at this end as well. So give me 2 shakes. All right. Floor's yours, buddy.
Yeah, hate this thrown in at the deep end.
I'm back.
Oh, jeez, that was quick. Thank God.
All right, so that fixed the fucking shit going off at my end. And Nate's not back yet, so. All right, there we go. You can't be there. You have to be there. All right. Are you still trying, Nate? Over my years, I've seen plenty of dog bites, and dog bites are distinctive. Indeed they are, Chuck. Indeed they are. Good night, Compo. I'm not sure if I already said that, but good night. All right. Well, I think we're kind of done. I think he's I think I have to do a little background. Let me try and find his channel, and I'll do a little background preparation with him and get him up here on the next stream to talk about it. I just got to find. He's been gone for a while. Where are you, buddy? There you are. Let me go and find your channel. There we go. And he's got some videos up, so I can actually send him a message. So that's good. We'll do that. Oh, he's even got community posts. All right, so I can send him a message and we can get in touch. And I'll help him work through his tech thing first, and then we'll have a conversation with him. So ex-RSPCA living in Australia with a ton of dogs. Give us an old Irish limerick. Give us an old Irish limerick, Kev. No, we've lost Kev.
Sorry, I was muted there.
Give us an old
There's-
Irish limerick.
There once was a man named McFergus whose kilt had a flap with a purpose. With a gust and a grin, he'd let the breeze in. Now he's banned from the pubs and the circus.
I like it. I like it a lot. I can't even remember any limericks. Yes, I do. I remember one about weighing computers, which I said yesterday. So
Here's another one for you. A lass from the hills of Clare woke up with her legs in the air. She said, "Oh, sweet Jesus, whoever he was, he left me his boots and no fare."
yeah, I like it. I like limericks. I want to see the bush guy. I don't think he's going to make it. He's trying, but I think he fell off the planet. Please. He's coming. He's a full bush guy, and his internet connection is proof. Bad. I don't think he's going to make it back here, but we'll do it. I have a connection to his channel for those who want to say hi and see his videos. Let me put it in here for you. Well, Michelle's got one. The boy stood on the burning deck, picking his nose like mad. I don't remember the rest. What's the good of you? Nate's channel is now in the chat. I said that the right way around, didn't I? Yeah. Nate's channel's now in the chat. If you want to go over there and say hi to him. He's got a few videos. By the looks of things, he has not doing live streams, but trying to help the canine world. Ideas for your dog. Extra insights into to post video on puppies being silly. Learning how to play. So he's got a few videos up there. The full Aussie Bushman. If you wanna, I like bush dudes. Well, Aussie bush dudes are pretty cool too, especially ones that call their dogs Banjo Patterson. For those who don't know, Banjo Patterson is an Australian bushie who wrote poetry and became infamous for his poetry. And now songs and all sorts of things have been written from his poetry. So that's who Banjo Patterson is. Trying to think of some that you'd know. Famous songs from Banjo Patterson.
Here's another. Go on. Here's another good limerick for you. Young Molly, a lass full of sass, like a roll in the hay with some brass. With her skirt to her chest, she declared, "I'm the best, but only if you don't finish too fast."
Oh, Waltzing Matilda was Banjo Patterson there, because I fucking knew that. So Waltzing Matilda, the one that everybody knows, that's Banjo Patterson.
Yeah.
But he also wrote a number of songs that you could call hits, I guess. He also wrote The Man from Ironbark and The Man from Snowy River, Clancy of the Overflow, Mulga Bill's Bicycle. So those were all his poems, and at some stage or another, people have turned them into music. But he wrote Waltzing Matilda in 1903. He wrote Clancy of the Overflow in 1889. So he was living the proper bush life. The Man from Snowy River, that's another one. He was living the proper bush life. And so the song Waltzing Matilda about the bushman with his swag. That's his life. That's what he was living when he was writing these poems. So that's who he is. But anyway, you're gonna name your dog after an Aussie icon, Banjo. Love it.
Cornfolk seems to be struggling to let go.
She's saying good night, but she's still hanging around.
Yeah.
We'll get 300 good nights out of it, because I've said like 300 times now we're going to end the stream and we still haven't. So she's forgiven. Loved the movie Man from Snowy River, Grey Horses. Yeah. Man from Snowy River actually did exist. Benjamin Patterson wrote about him. So you want to hear some Banjo Patterson while we're still waiting? It's a sea of canines got his shit sorted out. Let me find you some. A Bushman song by Banjo Patterson. Banjo Patterson poems. They're very long, so it's going to be hard to pick one that isn't going to take me an hour to read. A to B of Banjo Patterson. Poems by the favorite poet. Let's see. Here we go. Here's a good list. Ballad of Ducks. The Ballad of Ducks. Well, everything's going to be really long. They're all very long. So let's go with a less popular one. The Ballad of Ducks. The railroad rattled and roared and swung with jolting and bumping trucks. The sun, like a billiard red ball, hung in the western sky, and the tireless tongue of the, I don't know why I can't read this, I think I need to make it bigger, of the wide-eyed man in the corner told this terrible tale of days of old, and the party that ought to have kept the ducks. Well, it ain't all joy being on the land, with an overdraft that'd knock you flat, and the rabbits have pretty well took command. But the hardest thing for a man to stand is the fellow who says, well, I told you so. You should have done it this way, you know. Don't you know? I could lay a bait for a man like that. The grasshoppers struck us in 91. So what, 91? And what they leave, well, it ain't deluxe, but a growling, fault-finding son of a gun who had lent some money to a stock run. I said they'd eaten what grass we had. He said, your management's very bad. You had a right to have kept some ducks. You had a right to have kept some ducks. To have kept some ducks, and the place was white. Wherever you went, you had to tread on grasshopper guzzling day and night. It sounds like a poem about grasshoppers. And then with a swoosh, they rose in flight. If you didn't look out for yourself, they'd fly like bullets into your open eye and knock it out of the back of your head. There isn't a turkey or a goose or swan or a duck that quacks or a hen that clucks that can make a difference on a run when a grasshopper plague has once begun. If you'd finance us, I'd says, I'd buy 10,000 emus and have a try. The job, I says, is too big for ducks. Didn't they have a war with emus out west? And this is after his time too. You must fetch a duck when you come to stay. A great big duck, a Muscovy toff. Ready and fit, I says, for the fray. If the grasshoppers come our way, you turn your duck into the lucerne patch, and I'd be ready to make a match. That grasshoppers eat his feathers off. He came to visit us by and by, and it just so happened one day in spring, and a kind of cloud came over the sky, a wall of grasshoppers 9 miles high and 9 miles thick, and 900 wide, flying in regiments side by side and eating up every living thing. All day, like a shower of rain, you'd hear 'em smacking against the wall, tap, tap, tap on the window pane, and they'd rise and jump at the house again till their crippled carcasses piled outside. But what did it matter if thousands died? A million wouldn't be missed at all. We were drinking grasshoppers, so to speak, till we skimmed their carcasses off the spring, and they fell so thick on the station creek, they choked the waterholes all the week. There was scarcely room for a trout to rise, and they'd only take artificial flies. Then they got sick of the real thing. The Arctic snowstorm was beat to rags when the hoppers rose for their morning flight, with all the flapping noise like a million flags, and the kitchen chimney was stuffed with with bags, for they'd fly into the fire and fry till the cook sat down and began to cry, and never a duck or fowl in sight. We strolled across a railroad track under a cover beneath some trucks. I sees a feather and hears a quack. I stoops and pulls the tarpaulin back. Every duck in the place was there. No good to them was the open air. Mister, I says, there's your blanky ducks. So there you go. Even the ducks hid from the locusts.
Yeah, just on your war with the emus, it's a funny story. I don't know if have you heard the story before?
Yes, I have. We did have a war with the emus, and the emus won.
Yeah, and yeah, it was a fun fact. It's been called one of the most absurd wars in history.
Right.
And the media had a field day slagging off the soldiers.
Here you go, mate. He's back. His whole thing shut down. He is on satellite. See, I told you. I knew he was on satellite. We lost 2 wars against the emus, actually.
Yeah, 2 wars. Yeah.
Tell
I
us
heard
about the emu wars. I know we had 1. I wasn't sure that we had 2, but I'm sure you know the history, being a bushy and all. Another Aussie in the chat, for everyone who doesn't know, Mr. Goldfish. Should we forward that to Canton Police about the duck? All the ducks hiding from them in the back of the truck. Yes, we went to the shops and walked the doggo. Good-o. Good-o, walking the doggo. Very good. I hadn't heard that one. Thanks. Yeah, I thought I'd read one that wasn't as well known, because we've all heard Waltzing Matilda, right? He's back. Nate.
Hello.
Hello. You can hear us.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear
I can.
us?
Sorry about that.
Yay.
I can. Hello, Kev. Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
So, yeah, the second war. Good. The second war, that Angel, with the dogs, only one of them's mine. Banjo is actually mine. All the rest are rescues from all over the country, places that look after dogs that save thousands every now and again. Angel, go to Wilson. Make a choice. You're in trouble, or Wilson now. Make a choice. Move away. Thank you. So the people who save animals, like in big shelters or rescues and things, every now and again they fall in love with one that they can't fix. Because they do so much, I'll take that one for them. And yeah, I'm certified by the RSPCA, all that sort of stuff for 20 years now. So yeah.
Nice.
The Emu War, I'll just finish that bit.
Yeah.
The first one we lost, we went over there. Then our generals got really upset that we lost, so they sent them out with machine out west. And basically they used all their ammunition, and the emus just kept running around and they couldn't hit them. So that's how we lost with those 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
But there was 2. You say there was 2
the first
wars.
one was when they went out. It was all... Yeah, there was. The first one was the farmers and the people out there doing it. It was early days, like way back in the day. And yeah, low key, getting the local army and things to go and try to get rid of their issue. And then after other wars and things that occurred, the government got up. You ready in Patterson? He's got his real Nord word. Henry Lawson. If you don't stop, you'll go to Henry Lawson. Enough. Each of the dogs have got their own timeout word. So no just doesn't mean no to everyone. If I say no, then they all don't know who it is. So they've all got their own individual word.
That is crazy because guess what? You mentioned way back that this war with the emus started, and I just found a Banjo Patterson emu hunt poem. So
That's
he
it.
even
That's the
wrote
one.
about it. West of Dubbo. Yeah. There you
That's
go.
it.
Because the war with the army was in Western Australia, but it was all over Australia.
Yeah.
This was going on. He's talking about Dubbo, which is kind of
Yep.
down here
Yep.
where I live, sort of out west a bit. But yeah. So where are you stationed?
I love your limerick.
In what
as well,
state?
Kev. I'm in New South Wales. I'm in New South Wales, up in the Northern Rivers. About, I can tell you, Pretty Gully is where I live. Probably an hour and a half in from Tenterfield, from Casino, and about an hour from the border. Middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere.
Wow, you live where my daughter lives. She lives out there too, in that same area. Nice. So I
well,
am directly
they'll
west
know
of
me.
you
I'm
on the coast.
Okay.
Sorry, we have a delay
Which bit?
happening here.
My bad.
It's all right. I am right on the coast near Mullum. So like
Oh, yeah.
directly west from you.
I've just started doing dog rescue stuff with the Lismore Animal Rescue. I've done a lot of things with the Tweed Heads area a few years ago. The rangers went and stole a dog. I'm the one who goes to court for the people who want to save them and things like that. Over the years.
So you had you've had a bit of experience with the courts then.
Yeah, my main thing is doing it post dog bite or incident of dog aggression, dangerous dogs, declaring them dangerous or menacing and things along those lines. Probably 5 or 6 times the last 7-8 years, I've determining whether the bites were significant enough to be put down or can be redeferred and things along those lines. It's a pretty specific protocol and flow down chart. If there's more than 4 holes on the arm, that's got the distance of the tooth. The dog needs to be put down for that reason. Can be in an enclosed space and things like that. But yeah, quite a few.
Wow, so Chloe would have been put down if she was an Australian dog, like the first bite.
Definitely.
Wow. Crazy. So what were you saying earlier about sorry, we do have a delay here, guys, so just bear with us. You said earlier about the dog identification ID stuff, and what were you saying about that?
Yeah, so as the Australian people will know, in Australia we have a microchip about the size of a grain of rice that's implanted in the back of the neck or on another part of the dog to utilize as identification. When I lived in Maine and Connecticut and New Hampshire and things like that in the early 2000s, I noticed that they don't have that same system. However, with modern technology and resources, we've now got the ability for DNA. All they would actually require to be, or Cora for corruption, I believe that she was renamed for Cora, but for her would be dog's hair, and then you go to that area and you'd be able to identify the dog. As soon as I seen the photograph, I had know nothing about this case prior to the last 4 or 5 weeks now. And as soon as I seen it up on a YouTube, very small thing, it said, was this bite or a tail light bite? And once you work with, I stopped counting at 20 with, including in America and things. Once you know, as Melanie Little says, She's the first stream that I started following.
Yeah.
And then I went on some opposing streams to look at the other side. So the identification of the dog, they'll have vet records. They'll have incidents of continuation of ownership. By them not providing any of that, you should be able to get a subpoena for all of the vets in the state and ask them if they've had an interaction with that dog that is declared a dangerous dog or a menacing dog. Therefore, you would be able to get an injunction or something else along those lines to be able to require the vets and do adequate tests where you actually measure the tooth size, the width of the tooth, etc., etc. I'll send you some previous dog bite cook, and we'll probably do a video one. You'll get demonetized, but to show some photographs of what actual dog bites similar to this are.
Yeah, cool. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to do a free stream for that. So
Yeah, that's a great idea.
question I have is Karen Reed's got the carpet from downstairs at 34 Fairview Road. There's likely to be some dog hairs in that, right? Like what?
Definitely.
The thing that we're
Definitely.
speaking
And you
about.
have the ability that with CSI now, it's not just dog. And I'll probably say over, so we don't do the delay thing. I used to work in the mines, sorry, so I'll say over. So basically, not just the hair, that's definitely there, but you'd be able to get skin cells, same as humans drop. That dog was regularly laying on that carpet in that time. With the CSI ability, you would have a plethora of information, of genetic information on that carpet, but none.
Over. Right. Well, I'm thinking that the Scotty Bello, the ME, she actually let the team down because she didn't swab his wounds to get the DNA from the dog. Over.
Right. I thought that they were
Good
from
budgie.
the wound. That was just from the shirt. That was just, was it? Finished.
That
Over.
was just, yeah, the pig DNA came just from the shirt sleeve. But she didn't swab his wounds. So I'm not sure, like, yeah, we've got the carpet. We know that that's being preserved in a holding, I don't know what it is, storage. But we don't know what are we going to match it to, because the clothes were washed, the shoes were washed, the socks are missing, and no one swabbed his arm.
Well,
the DNA is
what
not
I
gonna
would look
prove
at
anything
is,
at this stage. Over.
Isn't there isn't there an ability, because they've actually had a witness who's been to see where that dog is? Isn't it having an ability to go to a higher court to require them to divulge the information, whether or not the defense gets access to that dog? They should be able to have an independent third party and a DNA swab from that animal and a bite. You can actually get them to do a bite indentation, like old school Ted Bundy. I know they say it's outdated science for human, but in reality of dogs, it's not, because it's a very specific move, and there is other things. But odontology, it is an actual science in the dog world. And if the person's previously had access to go and look at this dog, as they said, where they didn't have any, the dog is. So can't we require them? Unfortunately, it might have to be on appeal. And thanks to Arnie Bev's nonsense, case does go negatively. There's no way this is not going to be appealed, and then they'll be able to find the dog. If the dog gets put down, then you'll be able to redig that grave up just like humans and take the DNA from that. I know you're not going to be able to put on the body in the bite, but it will show that that dog has those teeth marks, and those teeth marks are going to be similar representation to a court that will allow for that identification of the animal through its head.
Right. So I'm thinking that at some point they might have to exhume the body so they can do DNA testing on the body that wasn't done previously. Or maybe they can do it with the clothes. I don't know.
Yeah, well, just on the dog bite thing, Bev's already ruled on the cast of the teeth. She's not going to allow it, so that's a non-starter. Over.
Right.
It is the fact that after the appeals, once the feds, because I'm sure you'll all know, but how they just arrested the head police officer in whatever area they're in for doing crimes and corruptions from the feds. So they're obviously watching the case. Once this case, if it goes worst case scenario, they're surely going to be able to have Judge Bev removed from the case and have another judge in, and then look at it from that aspect. Because, in all honesty, everything she's done is nonsense, including that not allowing, because if it's the lady doing the autopsy of a known dog bite, that's the first thing we do. Literally. Over.
Yeah, I agree. I think that if we get another mistrial, Bev's got to be off the case. She's got to go. I can't see Karen getting a third fair trial because she hasn't even got first and second fair trials yet from this judge. So I feel like there needs to be another judge if this does end up in a mistrial. And I agree with you about the appeals court, because the appeals court won't do an examination of the evidence because that's not their role, but they will say throw this back to Bev and force her to allow them to have the DNA tests. Over.
Yeah, and I agree. And I also just learning to read some of your chats. There's a lady in there named Carol that said dogs' teeth can change, and that it's not reliable. They do become loose. They do. However, giving thoughts and looking and speaking with other people in America in relation to this, there is exceptional circumstances in when a lack of other evidence or an undeciding, and if it comes down to being the third trial, there is ways to actually pinpoint the movement of a dog's teeth, and there is actual physiological. You can do if the dog's dead, I believe she's still alive, but if the dog is dead, you can get a 3D or 4D image of the skull and do a presentation on what is most likely. You can't 100% say in any situation with this, but it's more probable than not. With witness just said a little bit before in his last nonsense of doing the reconstruction stuff. That was crazy as well. Over.
Right. Exhumation wasn't John cremated? I don't know.
I think he was.
Really?
I am GPT it here, but I remember hearing that he was cremated.
I don't know if that's rumor or true, but it's going to be a bitch if he was cremated because that's evidence is gone now. But there's still his clothes. There's still his clothes and just his clothes. That's all that's left, really. Over.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That would definitely make it harder. Another couple of things that sort of spun me out is having all in the house. First of all, where was Chloe or Cora? Was Chloe at that time? And I seen the information from the neighbours saying that the dog had bitten and attacked before. When I haven't watched any of the previous trials I mentioned briefly in the chat, and I haven't done the dog bite stuff just to not have my information or my assumptions or my decisions sort of biased. So I've intentionally not watched any of the first trial or any of the dog bite stuff yet, and the defenses, just to have a clear mind on it. But yeah, if his body was rid of that dog as well, that if this goes to a mistrial, they'll get rid of that dog. Unfortunately, over.
Yeah, right. So Kevy just did a little research. He's my super mod in the background, and John was buried, so we have confirmation from Google there. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and I think it's good that you're trying to, remain out of the loop so that you can, judge it as non-biasedly. I think that's a good way to look at it. But it's also good that that you're seeing what we're seeing. Like you're coming into this fresh, but you're seeing what we're seeing. Over. Good budgie.
Budgie.
Copy, big brother. I like it. I like it. Yeah. So the other bit, once I seen that photograph of that, that's when I first started clicking through, and it was live at the time. It was probably 11, 12 o'clock at night, early days, late April, probably just after Anzac Day or something similar to it, by the way, or somewhere around there. And so then I also body language. There's 50 tail positions. Sorry, there's 150 positions, 50 types of licks and all this. Every dog can be saved with the exception of those with a neurological issue. So I read body language for a job of not just animals, but of humans to make sure that it's matching and whether they're telling the truth. All of the witnesses, I think, not Karen Reid. Yeah. Whatever the lady, Jen Reid, Jennifer McCabe, yeah. When I seen her testimony and sitting there doing it, when people like dogs show their teeth, she kept doing that silly smile thing all the time. That's a sign of aggression. They don't want to continue that. So then I started looking at the body language of all of their witnesses, and oh my God.
Indeed. Oh my fucking
I was
God.
yelling at my screen going, you're lying. You're openly lying. When they grab their ear it's just craziness, the amount of that's occurred. Over.
Yes, it is indeed. And it's interesting because you didn't see her testify the first time, and this time she was all PR'd to the max. She was so fucking nice. Wait till this is over and you look at the way she testified the first time. You are going to be gobsmacked, because what you saw this time was not the Jen McCabe that we all knew and saw from 3 days of testimony last year. Was it 3 days or 4 days on the stand last year? She was a completely different person. You're going to be gobsmacked when you see it. Over. Good budgie.
Yeah. Well, because I've been pretty blown away by, honestly, in the cases and things, and I've had some friends through trouble in life and things over the years as well. I've been shocked. I literally thought that these witnesses are pretty much mostly for the defense. Nearly one of them lied. They changed their story. They changed their timeline. The evidence doing it. The guy saying that he's an engineering specialist, but he doesn't agree. Who's doing the post. This is all just what did you say? It's an upside down world. This is crazy. So if the other ones, we're going to need to start drinking again, I think.
Right, and the other one was worse than that. It was way worse. Every witness was shocking, and you could tell they were all lying. You could tell that it was way more obvious in the last trial, and then it ended in a mistrial.
Didn't they have someone in the jury? Didn't they have? Apart from Proctor's stuff. Sorry, Kev. Go, Kev.
No, it was me. I was saying over. I added it at the last second.
All right. So, yeah, just getting briefly back to the dog bite thing. On there's at least 7 different incidents of where those teeth have touched and they've had an impact. And she's an American. There's many different dog bite charts. But there's an American lady, unfortunately, she committed S. Am I allowed to say those words on your channel thing? I don't understand.
S is good.
Dr. Sophia Ying. Yeah. So Dr. Sophia Ying, she wrote the dog bite chart over there. So you can have a look on that. Everyone can Google it. And it just shows if there's one hole on one side of the body or the arm or the pituitary or the limb or whatever object it has bitten, one hole on one side, that therefore means the dog hasn't required to be putting pressure down. Now, all dogs can crush bone, whether that's a Chihuahua, a Rottweiler, a Great Dane. So therefore, if all dogs can crush, they've got a thing called bite mission because they can carry puppies around and be really gentle, but they can also crush. So if it's one side, therefore it is requiring, it's actually could potentially be an accident, but it is with pressure to require both of the teeth to go in. Now, if it's got a misaligned jaw or other sort of things, that can therefore increase the level, but we'll just go to level 3 for now for argument's sake. So level 3 would be one hole on the opposing side. Now, that means the animal therefore required to close its jaw with some degree of pressure that would break the subcutaneous, break the skin. I won't use silly medical words. Break the skin, and it's an issue. 2 holes on one side can be seen as an accident. The person can be throwing their arm up. They can be moving their leg towards them. The dog can be jumping or things still needs to be addressed. It's not the same as 3 holes. Now, 4 holes that are just puncture holes. This is the difference between the image that we see and the level 4 and then definite death. The 4 holes in one spot with just one lot of 4 holes where it's more than half the distance of the tooth, that's dangerous, right? But it's not ripping. Now, as you see in the marks on John's arm, those marks, that's a dog that's been trained or previously done to be, it's moving in a pulling motion, attempting to bring the person to the ground or remove it from the situation. And therefore, by a slashing, pulling motion with 4 holes of puncture holes, you also see on there, further down his forearm, towards his forearm, scraping, which is the middle teeth of the dog where the canines aren't enacted at that time. And you'll see like a row of 4 to 5 teeth being in a scraping action. If you've got lacerations, punctures, and scraping, that's declared a dangerous dog or a dog that works in security or protection. Over.
Right. So while you were talking about that, I managed to find Dr. Sophia Yin's chart for canine bite levels. So we had a demonstrative on the screen while you were telling us. Over.
Yeah, so, and there's many other charts, but this is the one that I use for court for 2 reasons. One, out of respect for the lady, and she did some amazing things. She's also got some really, they're old now, but some really good caricatures of animal body language and images of when the dogs are behaving in certain ways, whether it's submissive, aggressive, or whatever. But that chart goes, it's a very good basic thing, and then we go into forensic stuff and things along those lines for the ripping, the slashing, the degree. You also got to look at the circumstance, the environment. Was there provoking? Was the dog's history known? Was it in an enclosed area? Was it in their house? Was it in their car? Etc. etc. But yeah, that's a very good basic chart for anyone who owns a dog to have an understanding on what level your dog is. Level 1 and 2, it's an issue, but it can be worked with. Level 3, depending on the person's ability to be able to control a dog or learn. And level 4, for most people, it needs to be restricted, retrained, or go to somewhere where it's no kids under 16, probably no kids under 12 under any circumstances, and things along those lines.
Right. Awesome. So that's the chart that he's talking about, guys. If you've got this sort of dog. And interestingly, when I read in pre-trial motions, Hanky brought up when he was voir direing Dr. Russell, he brought up a book in that voir dire saying, have you read this book? And I went and read the book, and it actually supports this chart. Like 100%, it supports this chart. So that whoever it was that wrote that section of the book covered this chart and talked about all these levels that you just educated us about.
What book was that? I've read many and got stupid amounts of books and things. I haven't seen. I also didn't do. I started at the RSPCA in 2003. Stayed with them till 2005. Then left through politics of me not agreeing with their principles. I still did things for them and was on their TV, the old RSPCA ad, where you had wombats and koalas and kangaroos that are injured running across the screen. Then from 2004 to 2012, there was another one with puppy dogs running across for their pet insurance. At the end of it, there's a guy with curly hair and a German Shepherd, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's me. And those dogs in that were the first ever dogs that were chosen to be hated. They were choosing the wrong things. I helped bring into the country, people are not going to like me for this next comment, but it's true, into the country what the protocol of what lives and dies. I also then become the whistleblower, SBS Insight 2012, a tail end of them not utilizing that procedure correctly. But yeah, through doing all of the information, the more information I can get, I'd love to know the name of that book. That'd be great, because the more info I can get works. But it's a very scientific thing. It's factual. I just noticed someone mentioning, could they be scratches on their arms? Possibly. Not really, to be honest. The scratch indentation, when they've got dog bites and things, there's generally a protrusion of the skin moving from one direction, and it's puckering the skin on the other side often. There's with scratches, they are, but it's a different indentation and it's a different mark because the scratches are puncturing the skin the same way as a tooth does. They're doing it more on a surface plane level at like a 45-degree angle as opposed to a 90 to 70-degree angle. So there is scratches, and I will send through to Aussie and all of you a photograph of one of the cases where I had a child who was alleged to be bitten on the face by a dog. I deemed that it was a scratch, and we went through the court cases and things. I still deemed that the dog was menacing and had restrictions on its interaction with children and stuff, but it wasn't a dog bite, it was a scratch. So there is definitely, and yeah, it's my information, same as all the dog stuff that I say. It's from people. 5% of information from everyone you meet. You've only got to meet 20 people to make your information, and I've met a few thousand.
Wow. Wow. All right, so let me share this tab and show you what I'm looking at. This is the book that Brennan brought up. It's called Dog Bites, a multidisciplinary perspective. Can you see that on the screen? If you're on your phone, you probably can't, but it's probably too small on your phone, but it's got a red cover. It's got a silhouette of a black dog.
Okay, on my screen, it's got stuff covering that. I'm actually on a laptop. I do have an iPhone just to take photos and videos and stuff. But yeah, no, I'll check that out now. I know that's there. I just see someone on there that are mentioning in the chat thing about scratches and having marks. Definitely. I also have scratch marks and a couple of bite marks for doing it. You do it long enough, you're going to have some. Yeah, there is a definite difference in the micro, the really, really small indentations and marks on the arm. I've got some people to send me a photograph, which I can show you on the other ones, of that as close as possible and as much detail. I can't 100% say that it was without looking at that. I can be very positive, but not 100% that it wasn't scratches. Either way, it was made from a dog. In that situation, in relation to the other marks that are on there, because you've got the Banjo. I love you. Move away now, please, or go to Patterson. By having scraping, the 5 marks moving up, and also the puncture holes around there on the other one, I would really love to see a photograph of the inside of his arm. I'm aware he was wearing a jacket. In that jacket, if it was going to be scratches as opposed to bites, there would be puncture holes in that jacket and in those shirt. Over.
Cool. So I'm going to put in the chat the link to. I actually did read the book on a live stream, or parts of it anyway. The parts that were important, because it's a fucking big book. So I'm going to post it in chat, and then I'm going to pin it so that you can grab the link and go have a look at that. But there is a free download somewhere if you can find it. I just don't remember where I got it from, but the link is there. So, yeah, essentially, Brennan tossed this at Dr. Russell and said, have you read this book? Because she said she'd read a lot of books and wrote a lot of papers. He was like, well, have you read this one? And it just went all haywire from there. But essentially, the book actually supports what Dr. Russell was saying, which is what I found really weird. I don't even know why Brennan threw it at her. Then it looked like he was going to, on his witness list, he had one of those authors from that book on his witness list, which he didn't end up calling. So, over.
Yeah, well, the information, as you said, if you've read it there, it's pretty cut and dry. What does Melanie Little say? Well, no, you know. For other people to be able to know, I would, for example, if the previous witness that's just been finished, the last one for the Commonwealth, he was bringing up other situations in another case where the person died from the injury that hit the car at whatever times and was thrown 7 meters or feet away, whatever his nonsense was, is true in what he was saying in relation to his other case. But that opens the door to be able to provide similar cases and situations, even just jumping on Google and looking up dog bite marks. They don't have a massive amount. I've done it many times and taken some photographs. They don't have a massive amount on there, but there is enough to be able to show similar bites in a similar situation. And someone in there mentioned that the police dogs are trained, they're released. They are. It's a game. I actually work with the military and the police in Australia. You can be a 100-meter athlete. You can be like an Olympian, but you can still have depression or anxiety. I deal with the depression and anxiety of extreme aggression and submission. the rules of what lives or dies in relation to the animal body language, and the dogs not letting go and the police dogs, that's fine to say, but they do let go occasionally, and they regrab the grip, they'll change position, especially on clothing. Every dog is trained to see, and yet there's always X factor and things that can occur. If there is a fight occurring, a blank object or his head on the ground, or he's on the ground and someone else who that dog knows or loves, at which the dog maybe as it's pulling back or sitting there, it can often release and regain grip. The pocket on the back of the pants could be an indicator. Once again, I'd love to see on the back of jeans whether or not there's any tooth marks or indentations. It doesn't have to be a hole, especially in jeans. We've had incidents where have an indentation of showing a previous attempted bite mark, which is also declaring a dog menacing as opposed to dangerous, but it's still a situation that does end up in court. So, yeah, over.
Cool. Well, when I was reading through that book, they actually did, as I was originally saying, list Yin's, levels of dog levels of dog behavior. And when we went through the little flow chart in that book, like how you would grade your dog, we ended up at level 4 for Chloe, just knowing that it had previous dog bite history. Just answering the questions that take you through each of the levels. Basically, we did end up at level 4 for Chloe. Over.
Yeah, the more than one previous bite incident involving a person, human, and sometimes an animal, depending upon the council. Each councils in each states in America and each county, councils in Australia, but each county has their own individual different dog laws. I've done a few talks in relation to breed-specific legislation, and that's restricting a dog because of its breed. For example, in New Hampshire and in the Northeast, got pug dogs. That pug, like out of Men in Black dog, that's banned and restricted to some counties because it caused an injury. So the incidence of a dog bark to deem them dangerous at times. It doesn't even have to have contact or a negative incident. That dog to be in an enclosed or protected space that is away from people's general public access, inhibiting it from a child being able to a predisposition. That's the dog thing, without a barrier of some sort. Over.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. Well, just to bring the some of the chat stuff in that people are saying, from doing shits and I don't know what those are. Shits and injuries look like bites when dogs drop sleeve and goes for the second unprotected bite. I think you all know what Tracy Glover's talking about there, because I don't. I can't even say that breed dog. Oh no, not the jeans pocket. Yeah, like let's not argue about the jeans pocket. And Kevy's posted the link for the Dalbert hearing on Dr. Russell, where he brought up the book about that I was reading. So if you wanted to go and have a look at that, but if you're still trying to remain like neutral and not have any of that information, then don't go and look at it, because you'll fucking hate you'll hate Hanky even more than you already do. Also, are you on X at all, Nate?
No, I don't. I do. All it's got on there is a song by a friend of mine who's it's about breeding golden retrievers and trying to get them to stop bombing them. Golden retriever breeder. So there is a thing on there. It'll be under. I've got 15 different accounts. When I moved, I've been up here for about 8 years. When I moved to a different district or a different area, I start a new YouTube, do X or any of that other stuff. There is a Facebook account on there under Nate, my German Shepherd. He was on that ad. I had him. He's the one who also helped me learn a lot of the information that I did through working at the RSPCA, using him sort of like a bait dog and getting testing with the other ones to see whether they were good in society. So that the lady was talking about Schutzen. It's a form of like bite arms and things along this line. So it's basically protection dog training, is what that lady was talking about. I will. How long does that link go for? Is that like a? I'll tell you what might be interesting is for me to watch that on TV and do a link with you along that line as well. I've got a few TVs here, but yeah, how long does that link for the information of the previous?
I don't know. How long is
Over.
it, Kev?
Do you mean how long is the video, or how long does the link stay in chat?
How long is the video?
The video is 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Yikes. It's a long one. Nate, you might want to just copy that link. And it's a long one, and you might want to watch it on double speed, and you'll be lucky to get out of it in 4 hours.
Could you ask Nate to maybe go into his X account and follow you, Ozzy, so that you can direct message?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I just looked you up, Nate, on X, and I'm not seeing you. So if you do you wanna reach out to me on X? I'm probably easier to find than you because I actually do have a little bit of coverage on X, so I can actually private message you and we can organize another chat, because I'd love to have you back. I would like to, when we get to this point in the trial, have you back on to talk again, like specifically about this, a whole stream specifically about this.
Yeah, that sounds great. Great, thank you for that, Kevy, too. And not a worry, Ozzy. Happy to. And I don't mind giving my email out. It's k9mindhelp@gmail, K9 the letter, mindhelp@gmail. I will go onto the X thing and find you through there. I'll open an account or do whatever I need.
K9
I'm intending on making a video. Yeah,
sorry.
I'm intending on making a video for basic. No, that's not good. For basically the information that I've said today, I'm going to make a YouTube video just putting my opinions up and things like that, so that people can, and then they won't get struck. But then if we're doing a stream like this, I'd like to chat with a couple of sitters and things when it gets to around that time as well. And just to allow them to not get struck, but the people, the YouTube page open and be looking at the videos and the things which I would consider evidence. Now, I'm not saying 100 million%. Well, I hate when people do that. I'm not saying 100% that this is a dog bite. I'm saying 99.9.
That's pretty close.
Could you just ask him to repeat that?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, we don't gotcha.
So yeah, K9 Mind Help.
Yeah, I sent you an email already. It's already sent. And also, if you want to follow me on X at all, I don't know if you even use it, but Nightbot has just posted my X account in there in the chat for you. But I just sent you an email, so that's probably the easiest way. It's like next to snail mail unless you're live on X. So
yeah, I just sent him on there too.
Yeah, right. Well, up here, like I do have. Thank you, Kev. Thank you, Ozzy. I do have a phone, but everyone that I know up here, I chose to live in the woods and the bush, partly to do with whistleblowing against the RSPCA, because I was exec and it did sort of break my mind and my things of everything that I had to go through for many, many years.
Well,
so I choose to live up here away from the world. So anyone wants to contact me uses email as much as it's old school. I've never used, I had that one Facebook thing just for animal rescue groups to be able to contact me when I'm going do talks or seminars, or like the Dog Lovers Show, Royal Easter Show, things along those lines. I'm very much a Luddite in regards to technology. Even YouTube, as you've noticed, I struggle with. That wasn't me though, that was a satellite. Yeah, so I'll still join on thing and that, so that I can put my dog bite photos and summary up. But thank you very much, Kev, and thank you, Ozzy, for accommodating my lack of technological ability. Over.
That's fine. The technology thing is fine. Yeah, it's been great talking to you, and thanks for sharing your experience with us. And when we get to that part of the trial, I would really like to email you and send you the link to have you back up again. Maybe we can sort out the technology side of things a little bit easier too, if we've got some way to sort of contact each other. But we can do that over email. We can actually organize that over email. So yeah, it's been awesome getting your neutral feedback on what you're seeing in this trial, especially considering you didn't come into it first trial. So that's been awesome. And yeah, please do come back.
Thank you very much. And
can you
yeah,
clarify?
Sorry, Kev.
Sorry, Nate. Can you clarify that email, because I'm getting a notification back saying that it's not the correct
I'll
one.
send it to you. I'll send it to you.
Okay. K9mindhelp@gmail.com, yeah?
Yeah, I'll send it over to you because
Yeah, okay,
mine went
okay.
through. So I didn't realize Aussie was a total dime. What? Get out of here. All right, it's an old photo. Sorry to disappoint you all. It was back in my younger day when I was a dime. All right, guys, I think it's time. We are 4.5 hours into this now, so I think it's time. It's been very educational learning from Nate and his mutts. So please say thank you to Nate for joining us and finally getting the tech working. We really appreciate you bearing with us on getting the tech working. But like I said, we can have more conversations in the background and get that working a little bit better for you.
excellent. Thank you very much. And yeah, new to this channel, but I'm aware of what your work's been and seen some of your other videos and things like. Thank you as well from Puppies and I for actually trying to help someone. This lady's looking at jail, as we all know, for the rest of her life for absolute nonsense. And anyone, I've seen comments where people say, "Oh, the police wouldn't do that; they wouldn't be corrupt." Really? No. We'll chat soon. Take care.
Exactly. Really. All right. Thanks again for that, Nate. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Nate.
Guys, we will have Nate back another time, which will be bloody awesome.
Take care.
And we've got some background communication going there, so we can sort the tech out and get maybe the camera working again. And I actually have some new teeth to go on camera with, so I've been holding it off just because, I'm still living in a broken down shack, which isn't all that great on the eyeballs. But every now and again, I chuck my backboard up and can turn the camera on so you don't have to look at my broken down shack that I currently rent. But yeah, so we can probably do a little bit more camera work over the next couple of months. And thank you so much for being super mod again, Kevin. Much appreciated. Your background searching and everything, it's so good and it's so appreciated. So thank you again for that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for that. So yeah, that's it, guys. We're done. I am busting to go to the toilet, so let's do an outro song. It might go a little longer than what we were expecting, but we can pick up on the video where we left off. Let me get the right one on the screen. All right, no worries, Kev. I'll pop you backstage, Kev, and then we'll have a yak when the stream ends. Let's get this up on the screen. Little outro music for everybody. Share screen. Here we go. Let's pick it up where we left off. You're all on the same screen as me? Cool. All right.
Five little ducks went out one day over the hills and far away. Mama duck said quack, 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 and only four little ducks came back. Tully, Lieutenant, Fanny, Detective. Four little ducks went out one day over the hills and far away. Mama duck said quack, 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 And only 3 little ducks come back. Childhood devils, Bukaki. Tick, tick, boom, motherfucker.